How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm Oz the Crypto Goat, and this is the Ledger Lounge. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be looking at ZBCN and XRP mainly today with our focus. Looks like ZBCN is finally getting its pullback. And if you saw the show yesterday, I said ZBCN would probably top at 0055, and it just fell short of 0054. And, you know, the price points I give out to you, make sure you're, adjusting a cent or two, because those are psychological zones. And you want to make sure that you're adjusting those, within a cent or two, to make sure that they hit, because you're going to want to set limit orders on this stuff. We do limit order trading here. So that's right where we went to, and now we're getting our first little pullback. The question is, do we flag from here and continue going up, or are we going back down for a 50% correction? And if we do, I would say 0033 for Zebic inbound, unless we flag where we're at right now. Let's look at the 1 hour and see what the 1 hour is telling us. 1 hour is saying flag, baby. 1 hour says we're not done yet. This is a flag. That's textbook. ZBCN's about to pump again. I might just buy some right now. I think I'm going to buy some right now, because I've been waiting for a little pullback and an indication of a move upward, and I think that's what we're looking at here. But it could fall short, but this is healthy, baby. This is a good sign. ZBCN is about to moon, baby. The FOMO is real. It's on uphold. I believe so. There's one that has free fees. Let me find it here. CoinUnited.io is a zero fee exchange. Zero fees, baby. That's what we want. We want that zero free. I don't know if it's safe. I don't use it. If you're doing big amounts of money, maybe go with something a little more. This is what ChatGPT told me. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. We're gonna get started here in a little bit. Do you guys like the picture in the back? We got a new picture. Look at the picture, huh? Turn the light off. That's kind of cool, right? I'm going to get some different lighting. I need to get contacts because the reflection, and I can't see the charts without them. But I'm probably going to get contacts. Just so you know, I will never recommend a platform or, do your due diligence. But I'll tell you, with any platform, it's a risk. I will tell you that much right there. Any platform is going to be risky. Happy Memorial Day, by the way. And just so you know, 50% of all donations sent in today will go to Save a Warrior Foundation. So 50% of all your donations. We do this once a month where we raise money for donations. Last month, we raised $75 for the Save a Warrior Fund. Thank you to all who donated that one. We were going to do Tim Ballard this month, but in light of Memorial Day, we're going to do Save a Warrior again. So we're going to do Save a Warrior this month, and then next month we'll be doing the Tim Ballard Fund for the SAing of children and trafficking. So we give back to the community here everywhere we can. So 50% of what you send into donations. So that's going to be the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. That's at OZZY12233504, and PayPal has 614 at the end. Jesse, if you're watching the live, if you could post that Cash App up on there. So that's OZZY12233504-614. And send in some gifts. We need some hearts here, baby. Let's get this show on the road here. Don't forget to send in the heart me's as well. And the hearts. We are in 88th place on the TikTok leaderboards right now. That is incredible. Out of all of TikTok, the entire TikTok sphere, we are in 88th place. Jessica, thank you for posting the Cash App. So the Cash App is right there. That's OZZY12233504. And PayPal is OZZY12233504-614. So there's the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal in the chat there from Jessica. Thank you very much for posting that for me. 50% of all donations sent today will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. SaveAWarrior.org. Turn the lights on. So yeah, Zebek's looking good. Zebek is a bull flag in the 1 hour. I would say if you were going to buy Zebek, right now is the price, baby. That looks like a bull flag to me, baby. So hopefully it doesn't die. But it's looking really good. Looking really good. Just like it did here. It flagged right here. Took off. So it's got another big move up to, I'd say, 006, baby. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. You know, it's a holiday, so I'm thinking today's show might be a little slow. AV, how you doing? And if you're watching the show, don't be afraid to spam the chat or ask questions. No problem. 50% of all... Jessica, thank you for the heart me. 50% of all donations today sent to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation for Veterans Day. So for those of you that want to donate, today's the day to do it because we're giving half of it away to our warriors. And we love and appreciate our service men and women here. And next month, we're going to be doing the Tim Ballard Foundation. If you don't know who Tim Ballard is, what's up, B? B, I got a donation coming for Save a Warrior today. 50% of all donations sent today will be going to the Save a Warrior Foundation. Yes, for Memorial Day, I got you again. Last month we raised $75, and this month we are gonna see if we can break that. Let's see if we can break that, but we'll see what comes in. It seems to be a little slow in the show for right now, but maybe it'll pick up. So yeah, anything you guys send today, the Cash App and Venmo, Jessica posted it in the chat right there. We have the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Send it there and you will be helping the Save a Warrior Foundation. All right, Zebik's looking good, baby. Zebik's getting his first little pullback. I would say if you were going to buy, if you were waiting for it to come back down, right now is a good spot. I'd go as much to say as we're green, baby. Turn the green light on. We're green. Even XRP. I think XRP is about to turn green. It's red today, obviously, but we call it before it happens. And XRP to me is looking like a diamond bottom. So we had a little diamond bottom right here, but in the, let's go into the hour. This looks like a bit of a diamond bottom here, possibly forming. You know, I don't see it as much in the 1 hour. A little harder to... Kind of looks like a double bottom. It's a little out of structure in the 1 hour, but in the 1 day, it looks pretty textbook. Let me get rid of some of these lines so you can see it here. So here we are. Now obviously it's not fully formed yet, so it could come down more potentially. But this is a possible diamond bottom forming. It has not formed yet, so it's not for sure. But it could be a bit of one. It could also just not be it. It's a little out of structure, but it kind of looks like it. Love what you've done to the studio, Jam. Yeah. Thanks. How you guys like the moon? We got the moon back here. I'm starting to lean. What was the last coin I was looking at? ZBCN, Zebik. Zebik looks good. It is flagging on the 1 hour. And it's just been running up for days now. Days, it's just been boom. And look at that flag, baby. So yeah, this one is, I would imagine it's at its lowest point right now. So if you're gonna buy this one right now, this very moment is your time. And I've been watching this one for a few days, waiting for a bit of a pullback. And I was like, I want to see it either pull back hard and I'm going to jump into it. Look at that. Boom. It's just mooning right now. And I was like, I want to see it pull back hard, or I want to see it hit resistance and flag, and then I'm in it. Boom. Zebik is going to the moon, baby. We got a moon back here for Zebic. I should probably put a sticker up there that says Zebic. This is looking good. How do you guys like the artwork? It's not lit perfectly. ZBCN, not ZN. ZBCN. Let me put it in here. ZBCN. Right here. What is Zebic? Sorry, I've been busy and crypto hasn't been on my mind. No worries, man. I know you got a lot going on. Zebic is a RWA, real world asset. Let's ask ChatGPT to tell us about it.
Hi, glad to meet you. I think we're going to do great work together. Where should we start?
Can you tell me about Zebic ZBCN and what its utility is, its market cap, and how many coins it has? Oh, it's going to make me log in here. Hold on. So I had to wipe the computer. We got like nonsense. Okay. Hello.
Hey there, how's it going?
Good. Can you tell me about Zebic Network and ZBCN, what its function is and utility, and what its market cap is, and how many coins are in supply?
Zebic Network's ZBCN token is currently priced at approximately $0.005. It has a market capitalization of around $391 million and a circulating supply of about 79 billion tokens. The total supply is capped at 100 billion.
And how is that in relation to XRP?
XRP, the native cryptocurrency of the Ripple network, has a much larger market presence compared to ZBCN. XRP's market cap is in the hundreds of billions of dollars, significantly higher than ZBCN's 391 million. As for supply, XRP has a total supply of 100 billion tokens, similar to ZBCN, but a larger portion is typically held or controlled by the Ripple company. Overall, XRP has a much higher market cap and is more widely adopted compared to ZBCN.
What is ZBCN's utility?
ZBCN, the token of the Zebic network, is designed to facilitate real-time, continuous payment streams. Its primary utility includes real-time payments. ZBCN enables instant continuous payments, allowing for automated salary disbursements, subscription services, and other financial transactions. 2. DeFi integration. It can be used in decentralized finance applications for lending, borrowing, and staking. 3. Micropayments. It supports small value transactions that can be used in various online services. Overall, ZBCN aims to streamline and innovate payment systems by making transactions faster and more efficient.
Will ZBCN partner with Ripple?
I don't have specific information about a partnership between Zebic Network and Ripple. Partnerships in the crypto space can develop quickly, so it's best to check the official announcements from both Zebic Network and Ripple for the most accurate and up-to-date information. Would you like me to search for any recent updates on this?
No, that's fine.
All right, if you have any more questions or need assistance with anything else, just let me know.
All right, there you go, guys. ZBCN. It looks like it's forming a flag right here. And I could see it going up to 006 here real soon. I heard Zuckerbucks is going after Ripple hard. Oh, man. Let's find out. Is Mark Zuckerberg going after Ripple in a negative way?
I haven't seen any reliable information suggesting that Mark Zuckerberg is targeting Ripple in a negative way. It's always a good idea to verify news from credible sources. Let me know if you want me to find the latest updates or if there's anything else you'd like to talk about.
What cryptos are central bank cross-border systems?
Central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, are digital forms of a country's fiat currency issued and regulated by the central bank. They are not the same as cryptocurrencies, but are often built on blockchain technology. Some central banks are exploring or developing cross-border payment systems using CBDCs to improve efficiency and reduce costs. Examples include 1. Project mBridge, a collaboration involving the central banks of Hong Kong, Thailand, China, and the UAE, aiming to facilitate cross-border payments using digital currencies. 2. Project Jura, cross-border payment project by the Banque de France and the Swiss National Bank, exploring the use of CBDCs for cross-border transactions. 3. Digital Euro and Digital Yuan. While not exclusively for cross-border payments, these projects by the European Central Bank and the People's Bank of China could eventually facilitate international transactions. These systems aim to make cross-border payments more efficient and cost-effective.
Yeah, it's just giving basic info. Jessica is actually our fact checker, but she's out sick today, but she's in the chat. So Jessica will be fact checking throughout the show. And Jessica, if you could, post the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Just so you know, today for Memorial Day, 50% of all donations sent to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal will be sent to the Save a Warrior Foundation. Last month we gave $75, and let's see if we can top that today. So your donations are going to go to help that foundation. So help out and send in those donations. Jessica, if you could post that into the chat so that people can see the Cash App and Venmo. But yeah, we last month we gave to Save a Warrior, and I was gonna do the Tim Ballard Foundation. However, because it's Memorial Day, we're gonna give to Save a Warrior again. Ask why HBAR and XLM are they part of cross-border team in the document of central bank. All right, I got you. Why is HBAR, XRP, and XLM, and are they part of the cross-border team in the document of central bank?
Hedera, HBR, XRP, and Stellar are all cryptocurrencies that have been considered for use in cross-border payments. Each has unique features. 1. XRP Ripple. XRP is designed for fast and low-cost cross-border transactions. Ripple's technology aims to connect banks and financial institutions to enable real-time, secure, and transparent transactions. 2. Stellar, XLM. Stellar focuses on facilitating cross-border payments and remittances, especially for unbanked populations. Its network provides fast, low-cost transactions across borders. 3. Hedera HBAR. While not primarily focused on cross-border payments, Hedera's distributed ledger technology is designed for high throughput and low latency, which can support various applications, including payments. While these cryptocurrencies have been explored for their potential in cross-border transactions, their involvement in any specific central bank document would depend on the context and the goals of that document.
List off some of the documents that they're listed in.
I don't have access to specific documents or lists that name cryptocurrencies like XRP, XLM, or HBAR in official central bank documents. Typically, central bank documents discussing cross-border payments might mention technologies or systems rather than specific cryptocurrencies. For accurate and official information, it would be best to refer directly to documents published by central banks or international financial institutions.
I agree with that sentiment right there. I don't think that there's anything stating that. Even like XRP, everyone's like, oh, well, the SEC is they're planning on using Ripple for this and that because of the XRP proposal. But that's just a proposal. Anybody can send a proposal to the SEC. Does not mean that that is what the SEC has planned. So I could write that and post it and get it on the website. So it's all just FUD. We'll see what happens, but I don't think that XRP is going to do much until the case is over. All right, let's see here. Let's read some news, huh? XRP news today. XRP holds key support as Ripple Circle deal sparks bullish reversal hopes. And let me tell you this right now. Ripple is probably not going to buy Circle. I think that this is all just a ploy to keep the price up right before the end of the month. Will XRP be used by Japan in 2025?
Reports suggest that by 2025, many Japanese banks plan to adopt XRP for cross-border payments. However, these claims lack official confirmation. For accurate information, it's best to consult official statements from Japan's central bank and financial institutions.
Yeah, there's no official anything. And let me tell you right now, they have been saying like, oh, XRP partnered with this bank and that bank. And if you look it up and find out what those banks are, like they did this with Dubai. And you look up the bank and the bank is like super small. It has like maybe 100 employees. They're not anything. I'm telling you, it's all just FUD. It's all a bunch of misinformation to cause FOMO in the middle of a bull market. That's all it is, because Ripple profits off of XRP's price going up because they dump it every month. What blockchains have been tested for real use case?
Several blockchains have been tested in real use cases across various industries. Some prominent ones include 1. Ethereum, widely used for decentralized applications, dApps, and smart contracts. It's been tested for everything from finance to gaming and supply chain management. 2. Ripple, XRP Ledger, used by financial institutions for real-time, low-cost cross-border payments. XRP has seen adoption by several banks for remittances and payments. 3. Stellar, XLM, focuses on facilitating cross-border payments, especially for underbanked regions. It's been used by companies like IBM in real-world payment systems. 4. Hyperledger Fabric, a permissioned blockchain designed for enterprise use, particularly in supply chains, healthcare, and financial industries. Companies like Walmart and Maersk have tested it for real-world applications. 5. Tezos. Known for self-amending blockchain protocols, it has been used in voting systems and by large companies like Ubisoft for in-game asset verification. 6. Cardano. It's been used in real-world cases like verifying the education credentials of students in some African countries and in partnerships for supply chain management. 7. Solana, mainly tested for high-speed decentralized finance DeFi applications, offering scalability and low transaction costs. 8. Polkadot facilitates interoperability between different blockchains, with several projects using it for decentralized finance and cross-chain communication. These blockchains have been implemented in real-world testing, demonstrating their versatility in industries such as finance, supply chain, healthcare, and governance.
Interesting. Interesting. The top two are Ripple and Ethereum. And if you saw the crypto summit, Ethereum admitted that they do not have the technology to operate on a global scale. So if you haven't seen that video, make sure you go back and watch it. But Ethereum spilt the beans, man. They do not have the ability to operate on a global scale. There's just not enough electricity in the world to power Ethereum the way it works. So I think that's why Ripple's the number 2 candidate. So let's see here. XRP holds key support as Ripple Circle deal sparks bullish reversal hopes. Let me zoom in here so I can see this a little better. XRP is carefully navigating a pivotal moment, balancing renewed waves of investor optimism with lingering legal and market challenges. As growing institutional interest and bullish sentiment begin to signal a potential turning point for the token's long-term trajectory. As of Tuesday, the Ripple Association cryptocurrency is holding firmly near the 230-234 support range, showing signs of resilience despite a recent pullback from the 265 high reached earlier this month. Ripple Circle acquisition rumors drive fresh investor interest. Fueling XRP's momentum is a wave of speculation surrounding Ripple's potential acquisition of Circle, the stablecoin giant behind USDC. While neither company has officially confirmed the deal, reports suggest that Ripple has held informal talks with both Circle and Coinbase, and rumored valuation for Circle stands at around $5 billion, aligning with its IPO ambitions. But let me tell you something, okay? Circle has a contract with Coinbase, and Circle is not allowed to sell without Coinbase's approval. So if Coinbase is trying to acquire Circle and Ripple's trying to acquire Circle, Coinbase is not going to sign it over if they're the ones trying to acquire it. So keep that in mind. All right, let's see here. Next article. Let me zoom in. XRP news today. Price fluctuates ahead of court deadline. Bitcoin and Dogecoin prices stable. How to start blah, blah, blah. SEC versus Ripple focus turns to closed door meetings as court deadline looms. XRP prices fell as the SEC Ripple impasse intensified, with investors keeping a close eye on key SEC meetings this week. The SEC silence on the matter after it failed to agree on a settlement to modify Judge Annalisa Torres' final ruling added to market uncertainty. On May 15th, Judge Torres denied the SEC's request for an indicative ruling that would be lifted the ban of selling XRP to institutional investors and reduced a fine to from $125 million. Since XRP's price have plunged from a high of $265 before the court ruling to $226 on May 25th, the ongoing pullback reflects growing investor concerns about the legal impasses. Investors focus turns on the SEC's closed door scheduled for Thursday, May 29th. The meeting may determine the quorum required to restart settlement negotiations. Either Judge Torres pointed out that the SEC had made procedural errors and failed to convincingly prove that the proposed terms were in the public and institutional's interest. So that's interesting. We shall see what happens with that. I think that part of the issue is clerical error with the SEC, the prior administration. So maybe this will all come out to be a mistrial. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. AV, thank you for the heart me. TikTok seller, thank you for the 7 roses. Don't forget to send in the heart me's, guys. Let me change this goal here. Let's do heart me's. We need some heart me's coming in. All right, there it is. So if you want to help support, send a heart me. That's the best thing that you can do to help the show. And don't forget, is this a meme coin? No, this is ZBCN. It has utility. But just understand, this is the talk of the town right now. And it's bull flagging right now. This is going to take off again. Is it profitable that the blockchain that have been tested are the... You know, hold on. I'm going to move this so I can read the chat. Is it probable that the blockchain that have been tested are the one who will be used in ISO 222? Okay, first of all, let me address that. ISO 222 has nothing to do with crypto and has everything to do with the way banks communicate. And so it has nothing to do with crypto. ISO 222 is just the way that bank infrastructure communicates with each other. There are some coins that are ISO 222 compliant, but the switch to ISO 222 has no connection to crypto whatsoever. Yeah, it's just the banking standard of which, let's ask ChatGPT to explain it. What is ISO 222?
ISO 2022 is an international standard for electronic data interchange between financial institutions. It defines a common messaging framework for transferring financial information, including payments, securities, trade, and more. The standard provides a richer set of data, allowing for more detailed and structured information in financial transactions compared to older standards like ISO 15022. It aims to improve efficiency, security, and interoperability across global financial systems. ISO 2022 is being adopted by many financial institutions worldwide, and its implementation is seen as crucial for facilitating the smooth exchange of data between various payment networks, including blockchain-based systems.
Compliance comes from banks, not built in tokens. I mean, I get that. And I
That's
guess...
right. Compliance.
ChatGPT is going on. Yeah, so censored by TikTok. Thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. But yeah, I think there's just a lot of speculation with all this stuff, man. Everyone's being fed all kinds of nonsense. Nobody really knows. You should have the girl voice do it. I know. I'm trying to figure out how to change that. Change your voice to a girl's voice.
I don't have the ability to change my voice, but I can adjust my tone and style if you'd like. Just let me know what vibe you're going for.
Hi, glad to meet you. Hey, I'm ready to hit.
Hey, it's great. Hey there. I've got a really great.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, it's lovely.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm excited to help you get things done. Let's get started. Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about anything that's on your mind. I'm ready to go.
I like that one. How's it going, ChatGPT?
Could you clarify what you're referring to with that one?
I was
Just want to
referring
make sure I get it
you.
right.
Hey, ChatGPT, what do you think is the most promising form of digital currency to be used on a global scale?
It's a great question. The most promising digital currency for global use could be central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. These are government-backed digital currencies that are already being tested in countries like China with the digital yuan and Sweden with the e-krona. CBDCs are designed to be stable, secure, and widely accepted, offering a centralized alternative to decentralized cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or Ethereum. However, Bitcoin and Ethereum also have potential in terms of global adoption, especially because of their decentralized nature, security, and strong community support. Bitcoin is often seen as digital gold and a store of value, while Ethereum enables smart contracts and decentralized applications, which could be transformative across various industries. The question might ultimately depend on what aspect of global scale you're considering, whether it's adoption by governments, use as a store of value, or enabling decentralized finance. What's your take on it?
I'm interested in what would be used for cross-border payments.
For cross-border payments, XRP Ripple seems to be one of the most promising digital currencies. Ripple's network is already being used by major financial institutions for quick, low-cost, and efficient international money transfers. The key advantage of XRP is its speed and scalability. Transactions can settle in just a few seconds with minimal fees compared to traditional banking methods. Stellar XLM is another contender. It focuses on simplifying cross-border payments, particularly for remittances and financial inclusion. Its focus on connecting different payment systems makes it another strong player for global payments. Both XRP and Stellar aim to solve the issues of slow and expensive international transfers, which could make them key players in cross-border payment systems moving forward. What are your thoughts on these, or are you looking into others too?
Don't you think that RLUSD would be more likely to be used for cross-border payments than XRP, and XRP would mainly be used for service of gas fees?
That's an interesting perspective, and you're definitely onto something. RLUSD, Ripple's stablecoin, pegged to the US dollar, could indeed play a significant role in cross-border payments, especially because stablecoins are becoming increasingly popular for this purpose due to their price stability. RLUSD could be used for faster and cheaper international transfers compared to traditional methods or other cryptocurrencies. XRP, on the other hand, as you mentioned, could serve as a bridge currency, essentially a tool for liquidity or for gas fees, which is the role it currently plays in Ripple's network. XRP facilitates the transfer of value between different currencies in the Ripple ecosystem, but doesn't necessarily get used directly in end-user transactions, especially in countries that are more risk-averse or have more stable digital currency solutions. The combination of RLUSD and XRP is plausible. RLUSD could be used for the actual value transfer between different currencies, while XRP could act as an intermediary to maintain liquidity and smooth transactions across different payment systems or blockchains. Are you thinking about how this would play out in real-world adoption, or more focused on their technical aspects?
I'm more focused on how this would affect real-world adoption and also how it would reflect on the price of XRP, because I feel like XRP's value comes from people who hold it and don't sell it, not from the liquidity that moves through it, because it's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it, because the liquidity does not sit and stay inside XRP. It goes into it and moves out of it.
You're absolutely right in noting that XRP's value is not so much tied to liquidity flowing through it, but more to the people who hold it and the network's utility. The key challenge for XRP in terms of real-world adoption and value is that it is not a store of value like Bitcoin or even ETH. Instead, XRP functions as a bridge asset, where its value is less about how much stays in it and more about how widely it's used for liquidity and transaction speed in the Ripple network. If RLUSD were to gain traction for cross-border payments, it could reduce the demand for XRP as a bridge currency. People might no longer need XRP as much for liquidity, especially if RLUSD could be directly converted into the local currencies in the destinations of the cross-border payments. If RLUSD becomes the go-to stablecoin for cross-border payments, it could lead to less demand for XRP as the intermediary asset, which might affect its price. However, it's also possible that XRP's price could still be supported by network participants, banks, financial institutions, and payment services, who are holding the coin as a means to facilitate liquidity and reduce costs when they make payments within the Ripple network, even if it doesn't directly store value. If XRP's utility as a bridge currency is still significant, it could retain value, but it would likely become more reliant on the adoption of Ripple's technology rather than just speculative buying from retail investors. Moreover, if Ripple is able to successfully position XRP as essential to the back-end infrastructure of cross-border payments, even if RLUSD is the primary currency used, XRP could still benefit from increased use in these financial systems. It might be more about network growth and integration than pure speculation or direct use as a currency. What do you think? Do you feel XRP's role might evolve in ways that still support its value, or do you see RLUSD as an immediate competitor that could hurt its future potential?
I think that XRP will serve some sort of purpose, such as facilitating gas fees and liquidity. However, I don't think that the use of it on a global financial scale with
It sounds like you're leaning toward the idea that XRP's main role will be in facilitating gas fees and liquidity, which is a plausible scenario. With RLUSD potentially taking the front seat for cross-border transactions as a stablecoin, XRP could end up being more of a back-end asset for enabling efficient transactions, especially in terms of liquidity between different financial institutions or systems. If XRP does continue to be used for things like liquidity provision, it might not see the same level of demand as a transactional currency, which could limit its growth in terms of adoption by the general public. The price might be more stable in this scenario, fluctuating based on the utility and demand for network access rather than speculative trading. If fewer people are directly holding XRP for personal or transactional use, and it becomes more of a niche utility token for large-scale financial systems, then its price could be subject to volatility, depending on the amount of XRP in circulation, market sentiment, and Ripple's ongoing partnerships and adoption. On the flip side, if XRP remains integral to liquidity corridors, even indirectly through use cases like facilitating bridging stablecoins, there could still be a floor to its price because it's embedded in the infrastructure of global payments. Does this fit with your thoughts on XRP, or do you think there are other angles that could influence its future value?
My main concern is what will the price of XRP go to if it's used on a global scale alongside with RLUSD, because I believe that the future for cryptocurrency is CBDCs, and I believe that stablecoins will be the future as well. And I think that the more or less the coins or tokens would be more or less along the lines of real world asset tokenization.
You bring up an important point about the future of cryptocurrencies, particularly with the rise of CBDCs and stablecoins. If the financial world transitions toward real-world asset tokenization and stablecoins like RLUSD become the standard for cross-border payments, XRP's role could become more niche. As you said, it could still serve as a liquidity provider or bridge asset, but its utility would likely be more focused on facilitating the movement of value between different payment systems, rather than directly acting as a medium of exchange for everyday users. Here's where it gets interesting regarding XRP's price. If RLUSD is widely adopted as the primary method of cross-border payments, XRP might see less direct demand from end users. Its value might become more dependent on the use of the Ripple network by banks and financial institutions who would still need XRP for liquidity, bridging between various CBDCs or stablecoins, and ensuring fast transactions. On the other hand, tokenized real-world assets could increase XRP's value because even if the primary focus shifts to stablecoins, XRP could still serve as an essential tool for liquidity and settlement within these broader networks. This would make XRP's price more tied to the network growth and volume of transactions within Ripple's infrastructure, rather than direct retail demand. If CBDCs dominate the global financial...
Let's say that the scenario we just spoke about is what happens, and CBDCs are adopted globally, and XRP is just used for liquidity and gas fees. What would the price of XRP be used on a global scale like that?
If we're imagining a scenario where CBDCs are adopted globally, XRP is primarily used for liquidity and gas fees, and RLUSD or similar stablecoins handle the bulk of cross-border payments. The price of XRP would likely be more stable, but possibly lower than the speculative highs we've seen in the past. Its price would largely depend on the demand for it in liquidity corridors and network usage, rather than on individual retail demand or its role as a primary currency. In this scenario, the price of XRP would likely be influenced by factors such as 1. Network volume. The more financial institutions and payment networks that use Ripple's infrastructure for cross-border transactions, the more XRP would be needed for liquidity. This could provide some upward pressure on its price, though it would likely be tied to specific financial flows rather than speculative investment. 2. Utility and payments. XRP would likely see demand in situations where it's used as a bridge currency, facilitating exchanges between CBDCs or stablecoins. The price would depend on how often this happens and the total volume of such transactions. 3. Market sentiment. Even in a more utility-focused world, market sentiment would still play a role in XRP's price. If there's broad belief in Ripple's technology and its adoption by major financial institutions, the price could be supported. 4. Overall supply. XRP's total supply is finite, which means that even in a more utility-driven scenario, its price could be supported by limited supply and the growing demand for liquidity services. However, since Ripple has made a large portion of XRP's supply available and actively releases it into circulation, this could dampen price spikes that happen with highly scarce assets. Given all of these factors, it's possible that XRP's price in such a scenario would be moderately higher than current levels, but likely not see the extreme volatility that occurs when it's seen as a speculative asset. It could stabilize in the $1 to $5 range, depending on global adoption, network usage, and whether Ripple's partnerships continue to expand. To clarify, if XRP's demand is driven by institutional use cases and network liquidity rather than consumer adoption, its price wouldn't likely explode like Bitcoin or other assets that are seen as stores of value. However, as the backbone of a global liquidity network, XRP would still have a solid foundation, with a price reflecting its role in enabling fast, low-cost cross-border transactions. What do you think? Does that range for XRP sound plausible in this scenario?
I think that you are spot on right there, and that is the most likely scenario for XRP, that it would range between $1 and $5, and it would median somewhere around the $2 mark, and that's the price it would be set at. on a global scale.
I'm glad you think that analysis is on point. Yeah, it seems like in a world where CBDCs are dominant and XRP is used mainly for liquidity and gas fees, a $1 to $5 range would make a lot of sense, with the median settling around $2. That would be a stable, sustainable price, reflecting XRP's essential role in cross-border payments while still being influenced by demand within the global payment infrastructure. The price would likely fluctuate within that range based on the scale of adoption, Ripple's partnerships, and any regulatory or technological advancements.
So $5 would be 2.5 times for me. Yeah, and think about that. That's if it's adopted on a global scale. It's not even adopted on a global scale. It's only holding its value now because people are speculating that these things are going to happen. So even if it does happen, it's already at the top. It won't see much more. The people who are into XRP are already into it. They've already been buying it. And once everyone realizes that the future is CBDCs and RWAs, then they're not going to be FOMOing into XRP like they are, which is going to bring the price down not to $5, but bring it down somewhere around the $1 to $2 range. Tell me, hold on a second. Tell me about ZBCN, what its functions are, and how it could be used in a real-world global scale.
It seems like you're asking about ZBCN, but I'm not familiar with that specific ticker or coin. Could you clarify if you mean a particular cryptocurrency or token?
Yeah,
if it's something newer or niche, I might not have all the details just yet, but I can look into it or help with understanding its potential use cases on a global scale if you share more specifics. Alternatively, if it's a broader concept or a project related to a particular use case, I'd be happy to dive into that as well.
So
but
the ticker,
let me know how you'd like to proceed.
The ticker is ZBCN. It's the Zebic network. And
Zabec Network, with the ticker ZBCN, is a decentralized infrastructure designed to facilitate real-time programmable money streams. It offers services like real-time payroll, cross-border remittances, and payment cards, aiming to bridge traditional finance and blockchain technology. On a global scale,
who are some competitors with ZBCN?
Zybec Network faces competition from platforms like Superfluid, MeanFi, and Sablier. These companies offer similar services in real-time, programmable money streams. For example, Superfluid provides continuous cash flow solutions, while Sablier focuses on streaming payments.
Tell me about SXT, Space and Time, what its utility is, and what its potential is in a real-world scenario.
Space and Time SXT is a decentralized data warehouse that connects smart contracts and AI systems with off-chain verifiable data. It enables real-time, tamper-proof data access, which is crucial for applications like decentralized finance, DeFi, and AI integration. In real-world scenarios, SXT could enhance DeFi platforms by providing accurate risk assessments, improve gaming economies with transparent data, and support AI models with reliable data sources.
What would be a projected price for SXT this bull run?
Price predictions for Space and Time SXT vary among analysts. Exolix forecasts an average price of about 0.4019 cents by 2025. Coin Codex suggests a range between 0.595 and 0.0707, indicating potential growth. However, these projections are speculative and depend on market conditions. For the latest updates, it's advisable to consult current financial news sources.
I think somewhere around 50 cents a coin is where SXT is going to hit this bull run.
That's a solid projection. If Space and Time SXT continues to gain traction with its innovative approach to decentralized data and AI, it could definitely see significant growth. A price point of 50 cents per coin would indicate a strong market interest and a solid use case, especially as blockchain and Web3 technologies keep evolving. If SXT can successfully integrate into DeFi, AI, and other data-driven ecosystems, demand for the token could rise and the price might reflect that. The success of the bull run will likely depend on market conditions, institutional interest, and continued development within the space. Are you planning on getting into SXT yourself, or are you more watching it to see how the market reacts?
I'm already into SXT at 0.105, and I'm trying to consider what potential growth it has, but I'm also curious as to what partnerships it has with major companies.
You're in at a great entry point for Space and Time SXT at $1.105. The project has notable partnerships with Microsoft, Chainlink, and Polygon Labs. These collaborations enhance its credibility and potential for growth. Microsoft, for instance, is working with Space and Time to provide developers with tools for building advanced blockchain applications. Additionally, Chainlink's integration offers secure solutions for scalable, data-driven smart contracts. These strategic alliances position SXT for significant advancement in the blockchain and AI sectors.
Why would a company want to use SXT?
A company would want to use Space and Time SXT for several reasons, especially if they're involved in blockchain, smart contracts, or decentralized applications, DApps. Here's why. 1. Decentralized data storage. Space and Time provides a decentralized data warehouse, which ensures data is tamper-proof and easily accessible, crucial for businesses relying on accurate and transparent data, especially in DeFi or AI-driven applications. 2. Real-time data access. It allows companies to have real-time access to verifiable data for their blockchain applications. This is important for businesses involved in financial services where up-to-date and accurate information is vital for risk assessments, pricing models, and transaction validation. 3. Enhanced security and privacy. Companies dealing with sensitive data can benefit from Space and Time's ability to store data in a secure, decentralized manner, ensuring privacy while maintaining verifiable access to the data. 4.
Why would a company use SXT versus its competitors?
A company might choose Space and Time, SXT, over its competitors for several key reasons that could offer distinct advantages in their operations. 1. Verifiable off-chain data. Space and Time is designed to bridge on-chain smart contracts with off-chain data in a way that is tamper-proof and verifiable. Many of its competitors, like Sablier or Superfluid, focus on real-time payments or cash flow streams, but SXT's core value proposition is providing secure and decentralized data storage that can be used for things like risk analysis, decision-making, and building more robust AI models. If a company needs reliable and tamper-proof data for their blockchain-based or Web3 application, SXT provides that capability. 2. Integration with blockchain and AI. SXT not only addresses blockchain use cases, but also provides the infrastructure for AI models to access and utilize that verified data. While competitors may focus more narrowly on real-time transactions or data streaming, Space and Time is bridging the gap between data storage and machine learning, making it a more versatile choice for companies working with both blockchain and AI-driven processes. 3. Real-time scalable data. Space and time allows companies to have real-time access to scalable, verifiable data. This is a big advantage for companies dealing with dynamic data, like financial markets, DeFi protocols, or gaming ecosystems, where having instant access to accurate information is critical. While platforms like Superfluid focus on streaming payments, they don't provide the same level of data infrastructure that companies may require for complex smart contract interactions. 4. Decentralization and security. SXT operates on a decentralized model that offers improved security compared to traditional cloud services or centralized competitors. This is appealing for companies concerned with data sovereignty, privacy, and trust in decentralized finance, DeFi, or other blockchain-based applications. Unlike centralized cloud services, Amazon AWS, Google Cloud, which can be prone to hacks or breaches, SXT provides immutable, verifiable records. 5. Cost efficiency for Web3 applications. Space and time is designed to be more cost efficient for businesses running decentralized applications. Traditional cloud services can be expensive, especially when handling large data sets or integrating them with blockchain networks. For companies in the Web3 space, decentralized data storage with real-time capabilities is often more cost-effective compared to traditional centralized infrastructure.
Would
6.
SXT
Strategic partnerships. SXT has partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink, two massive players in the tech and blockchain space. These partnerships provide greater credibility and make it easier for businesses to adopt the platform, knowing they have backing from trusted, established companies. Competitors might lack these kinds of high-profile collaborations, which can be a deciding factor for enterprises. In conclusion, if a company needs more than just basic data streaming or payment solutions and is looking for a scalable, secure, decentralized data infrastructure that also integrates well with both blockchain and AI applications, Space and Time offers a more robust solution compared to its competitors. The combination of real-time data, verifiable security, cost efficiency, and AI integration gives it a clear edge for businesses looking to build more complex decentralized applications. Do you think these aspects set SXT apart in the market?
What use case could SXT have for the U.S. military?
Space and Time SXT could offer several compelling use cases for the U.S. military due to its strengths in real-time data access, decentralized storage, and AI integration. Here are some specific ways it could be leveraged. 1. Secure and decentralized data storage. For the U.S. military, having access to secure, tamper-proof data is critical. SXT's decentralized data storage ensures that sensitive information, whether it's intelligence data, mission logs, or surveillance footage, is safe from potential cyber attacks or tampering. It offers highly secure, verifiable data, which could be vital for military operations where data integrity is crucial. 2. Real-time operational data access. In military operations, real-time data is essential for decision-making. SXT's infrastructure allows for real-time access to critical intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance (ISR) data. For instance, during missions, commanders and military personnel could get immediate access to updated information, such as troop movements, enemy activities, or environmental conditions, improving operational effectiveness. 3.
Yeah, so SXT sounds pretty promising to me. And with it having military applications, I would say that, like it said, this is the most robust security infrastructure for information. So if they're moving to a global financial system, SXT is more than likely going to be the top choice. If it goes to 10 cents again, I'm grabbing it. I think the bottom's going to be like 11.5. 11.5, 11.6. It's kind of already hit its bottom, was at 10.5. But just so Jessica Puentes says, I can't stand that AI. See you on tomorrow's show, man. So we're not going to be live tomorrow. Jessica is our fact checker for the show, and she's not here today. And so we're using AI as the fact checker. So she's a little salty about being replaced by AI right now. So that's where that comes from. She does not trust AI, and every time we fact check something or we use AI, she goes and like digs deeper. She does a way better job than AI could ever do right now. So we have her as our fact checker because AI will feed you some nonsense sometimes. So you have to be careful with it. You have to ask the right questions. Remember iRobot? And he's talking to the hologram of the guy, and it says you have to ask the right questions. That's the same thing here with the AI. You have to be asking the right questions. And you guys were right for telling me, hey, it's leading you on to the questions it wants to answer. And thank you for picking that out for me. But yeah, that's why we have a fact checker here, because a human brain is going to be able to decipher through, you know, what AI is trying to lead us into and do. So that's why we have the staff here. Let's see here. Let's ask it about Chainlink. What can you tell us about Chainlink and its real world use cases and how it's connected to SXT?
Chainlink is a decentralized Oracle network that enables smart contracts on blockchains to securely connect to real-world data, APIs, and payment systems. Essentially, Chainlink acts as a bridge between blockchain-based applications and external data sources. Since smart contracts are designed to run automatically when certain conditions are met, the problem is that blockchains themselves cannot access off-chain data, such as market prices, weather data, or real-world events, without an oracle like Chainlink. Here's a breakdown of Chainlink's real-world use cases and its connection to space and time, SXT. Hash real-world use cases of Chainlink. 1. Decentralized finance, DeFi. Chainlink provides secure, real-time price feeds for DeFi platforms. These platforms often rely on external data like the price of cryptocurrencies, commodities, or fiat currencies to trigger smart contract execution. For example, lending protocols like Aave or Compound use Chainlink's price oracles to determine loan collateral and liquidation thresholds. Without Chainlink, these platforms would have difficulty fetching real-time, reliable price data. 2. Insurance. Chainlink is used in decentralized insurance platforms to verify data needed for insurance payouts. For example, in crop insurance, Chainlink can provide weather data, like rainfall amounts, to validate claims and automate payments. This reduces the need for intermediaries and ensures fast and efficient claim processing. 3. Supply chain management. Chainlink can be used in supply chain applications to track and verify goods as they move through various stages. By linking smart contracts with real-time data, businesses can monitor the authenticity and conditions of products in transit, e.g., temperature, humidity, and ensure contracts are automatically executed when conditions are met. 4. Gaming and NFTs. Chainlink has also found use in the gaming industry, enabling smart contracts to interact with off-chain events like random number generation, RNG, or game outcomes. This is particularly useful for NFT projects where blockchain-based games need verifiable data to trigger in-game rewards or minting of NFTs. 5. Cross-chain interoperability. Chainlink provides solutions for cross-chain interoperability, allowing smart contracts on different blockchains to interact. This is especially important in multi-chain ecosystems, where various blockchains need to exchange data or value. It enables cross-chain decentralized exchanges, DEXs, and other multi-chain applications. 6. Enterprise solutions. Chainlink also offers enterprise solutions for integrating blockchain technology with legacy systems. For example, large corporations can use Chainlink to securely fetch data from their existing databases or from external data providers and integrate it into blockchain-based workflows and contracts. How Chainlink is connected to space and time. SXT. Space and time, SXT, and Chainlink can complement each other in several ways. 1. Data validation. While Space and Time focuses on providing decentralized data storage and real-time data access, Chainlink can enhance this by providing real-time off-chain data feeds. SXT stores verified data, and Chainlink can act as a secure bridge to provide real-time, trusted off-chain data, such as financial market data, weather conditions, or sports scores, to Space and Time's ecosystem. This allows SXT-powered smart contracts to make data-driven decisions with verified off-chain information. 2. Verifiable computation. Space and Time's verifiable computation allows businesses to run queries and computations on secure, decentralized data, ensuring that the results are tamper-proof. Chainlink can extend this by fetching external data, e.g., price oracles or weather data, to feed into Space and Time's computations, providing a trustworthy input layer for SXT's decentralized applications. 3. Smart contracts and data oracles. Space and Time's decentralized data architecture can work hand-in-hand with Chainlink to power complex smart contracts. For example, a company using SXT for decentralized data storage might also need Chainlink's oracles to trigger smart contract actions based on off-chain events, such as external price feeds or market movements. This enables sophisticated automation in sectors like DeFi or supply chain management, where data needs to flow seamlessly between on-chain and off-chain systems.
All right. I've had enough of ChatGPT. Thank you for the heart me's, guys. Let's see here. Who gave? Let me see here. B subscribed. Thank you, B, for becoming a subscriber. B with a heart me and a level up. Sparks. Zell Shops with a heart me. TikTok seller with 12 hearts. And TikTok seller with a let 'em cook. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Were you buying SKT? No, SXT. Yeah, I already bought SXT at 10.5, and I'll probably buy it at 11. Anywhere between 11 and 10. That's where I'm looking to get it. But let me tell you, it's flatlined. It's bottomed out. It's probably going to go to 50 cents. And it's like getting in ZBCN before it did anything. This one is so new. SXT's only been on the market since May 8th. And I'd say it's at its bottom. What's up with the other channel? We're trying to grow. We've been a bit stagnant on TikTok, so we're going to be doing Twitch exclusives still. So everybody, don't forget we are on Twitch as well, because TikTok will most likely be getting shut down on June 19th. So if you want to continue to watch the show after that happens, you got to come over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Find us on Twitch because we get hit with guidelines a lot here because we tell the truth. So we just got off of a 6-day removal from TikTok. So make sure you come over there. But right now we're kind of focused on building up the TikTok until the 19th, and then we will be officially moving over to Twitch. And for those of you that subscribed on TikTok, have no fear. We will be honoring any subscriptions, any services like that on Twitch if for some reason TikTok gets shut down. So if you subscribe on TikTok, you're going to be taken care of. I'll make sure of it if I have to message you directly. Yeah, Space and Time is SXT, baby. This is like buying ZBCN in the very beginning. I think by November on this one. And I would imagine, June it could go even lower. It could fall below 10 cents. I'm just going to keep buying it at any price under 11 cents. And just keep accumulating. And this one's going to be big. Somebody wanted to know if Link was a buy. Let me tell you something. Link is this pattern right here. This is an ascending, broadening wedge, which is bearish. I would imagine it's probably going to break down. And if you also look at it, it's showing another bearish pattern of a head and shoulders. So, Link is not a buy just yet. Algo, baby. Oh, man, I love Algo so much. I cannot wait for everything to drop in the next couple weeks so that I can buy all the RWAs. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Double tap that screen. We're at 34K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. Let's see if we can get to 275K likes today. That would beat our all-time record. We were at 270 is our record right now. Let's see if we can get to 275,000 likes. Casper? Yeah, we can look at that. Let's look at Algo first. But I'll tell you what, right now, everything is kind of showing similar patterns, these same bearish things. Algo is this head and shoulders. So everything's headed back down, in my opinion. This was an ascending, broadening wedge, but it's already starting to break downward. So I'm getting ready to get my bags ready to buy this stuff. I'm going to buy all of it. So you guys better FOMO into this one because there may not be any left after I buy some. It's more of a channel, but it's breaking down. So we have an ascending channel and it's broken out of the channel and it's showing a head and shoulders. So this is coming down to the low price minimum. Anywhere between like 17 cents to 14 cents. 14.5. This is Algorand. BTC to 105.7. I could see that. I could definitely see that. All right, let's read some news, yeah? Let's read some news. And we're going to, you know what? I'm going to do the news backwards because I want to talk about this one. Okay? You guys want to be turned on to a good project. This is not crypto, okay? But this one's going to be huge. Huge. And it's at the freaking bottom, baby. And if you know anything about defense contracts, oh man, we're going into World War III, okay? This is going to be incredible. Lockheed Martin, LMT, secures major contract for rocket system upgrade. LMT stock news. Lockheed Martin, LMT Financial, has been granted a substantial hybrid contract worth $214.36 million to upgrade its multiple launch rocket system to the M270A2 version. This contract was awarded following the online bidding process, which attracted a single proposal. The project is scheduled for completion by December 30th, 2030. And this is just the beginning price. This is going to go up. I trade news? Nah, bro. I bought Lockheed Martin when Trump got inaugurated. Every single stock pumped like crazy except for Lockheed Martin. It dumped. Look at this. This is October. Right here. This is October of 2024. and it just dropped like crazy. And I bought it right here. I bought it right down here, and it's been steadily starting to go up. And this is a bullish pattern right here. This is going to reach a new all-time high. This is going to be huge. It's funny, you can tell who is new here just by the way they chat. Oh, I know. They don't know. But we're covering the news because we are here. We've been talking about this for months. And I wasn't even going to tell you guys about it because it wasn't crypto. But I was like, you know what? Maybe I should tell people because it's at that low. I bought it here and then it hit here again. And this is when I told you was in April at this second low. And I was like, y'all got to get back in this thing, man. You got to get in this before it's too late. And it's already, if you got in when I told you, you are looking pretty right now. Yes, this is investing, not trading. But this is going to be potentially, I mean, not even potentially. This is going to be massive. Did outlook for XRP change direction and head down now? We'll get into XRP in just a minute, Poway. I got you, bro. Based on the one-year targets offered by 19 analysts, the average target price for Lockheed Martin is $529. The high estimate is $670 and a low estimate of $408. The average target implies an upside to 12.82% from the current price of $468. And this is just based off of this contract that they got. Based on the consensus recommendation from 25 brokerage firms, Lockheed Martin Corp's average brokerage recommendation is currently 2.4, indicating outperform status. The rating scale ranges from 1 to 5. There's this signifies a strong buy and 5 denotes sell. I told you guys. I told you. I tried to tell you. I hope you guys bought some of this, man. We're going to be freaking rich. I know so many stocks that's low than this, and it has to do with cars using helium. This is a guaranteed buy. This is Lockheed Martin. This is military contracts, bro. You want to buy cars filled with helium? Cool, bro. But this is guaranteed contracts right now, okay? Look at this. Donald Trump's Golden Dome timeline prompts head scratching. Experts are scratching their heads at Donald Trump's ambitious 3-year timeline for the Golden Dome next generation missile defense system he says is essential for the future of U.S. Security, intended to protect the skies over continental United States. Golden Dome would mark a bold move into space, promising a network of space-based missiles launched from satellites to intercept missiles launched from the ground. But the expensive, untested technology is still years away from being fielded. Okay, that's what they're saying. But this is what the Air Force General says. General says commercial space industry is ready for the Golden Dome. Advancements in commercial space technology could make President Donald Trump's proposed Golden Dome missile defense network far more likely to succeed than the failed Star Wars strategic umbrella initiative in the 1980s. U.S. Space Command top general said May 22nd. 10 years ago, if we had talked about constellations of satellites that had 7,000 plus satellites that could provide services anywhere on the globe, you might have thought that was crazy. Now we take it for granted. We have all that technology now. This was just, a few years ago. And so what? Maybe it takes longer than 3 years for this to happen, but the private sector already has this technology. Okay? not even talking about what the military has. And let me tell you something. In 2020, Donald Trump signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, which says that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. We have had this technology. It's been suppressed. This is going to happen. And you know who has the contract for the Golden Dome system? Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is holding this one. Yeah, you should be able to get this one on Public. You should be able to get this one on Fidelity. This one right here, baby, this is your ticker. Look at that chart. Look at that chart. This is beautiful. And if you've been watching the show, I bought it here. Y'all bought it here. It's already up here. You're already making money. This is going to be awesome. I'll tell you what, Reese's Pieces, I'm going to invite you to come on as a guest, and I want to hear what you have to say. I'm not here to talk bad about you or demean you or anything, but I'd like you to come on. So I'm going to send you an invite. All right, so come on the show, and let's hear what you got to say. You know, anybody can talk as a keyboard warrior, but you got to have something to back up what you're saying, man. I'm not here to rag on you or anything, but it sounds like you have some kind of information or something to say, and I want you to tell me, because I am open, okay? I am non-biased here. Maybe I'm wrong, you know? Please tell me I'm wrong. If I am wrong, I want to know, because I want to get out and take profits now. But as far as I'm concerned, we're going into World War III, and what would you rather invest in if we're going to war? Would you rather invest into guns or bullets? This is like buying bullets. Stargate AI, oh yeah. Stargate's going to be a big one too. But the Golden Dome missile defense is going to be interesting. I'm hella bullish on this one. I'm probably going to buy more. Let's
and they want to be a part of it.
Let's listen to Donald here.
The American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big, beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit.
Hey, TikTok seller, are you in here? Reese's Pieces says TikTok seller, he will use you all as liquidity. Oh, man. Somebody tell him. Don't become somebody's exit liquidity. Reese's Pieces, you've obviously not been watching the show and you're new here. And that's fine. You know, stick around and watch and you'll see. You'll find out. But no, I'm here to help you all to not become somebody's exit liquidity. Trump is making the market great again. Man, Trump is dumping the markets. Every time he speaks, the market dumps. But Reese's Pieces, man, stick around, watch the show concurrently, man. And, dude, I'm right all the freaking time, man. XRP's on a downtrend now? I would not say that. LOL, you saying it won't buy? What do you mean it won't buy? The 170B Doge saved us on waste and fraud, can build the dome. I agree. They've already got the contracts for it, man. Lockheed Martin is locked in on this one. If Trump speaks, it dumps, right? Well, it depends. If he says no tariffs, then it pumps. But it hasn't been moving as much. I think people are more desensitized to it now. I think people really don't care anymore. They are just in the market, and they really just don't. It doesn't affect them anymore. All right, let's listen to this one from the Boston Herald.
Lucas Golden Dome idea out of this world. Star Wars would not have prevented this, Mike Dukakis said. This was in reference to the shocking September 11, 2001 Al-Qaeda terrorist airplane suicide attacks on New York's World Trade Center. Star Wars was the name given to former President Ronald Reagan's 1983 proposal to build a high-tech nationwide missile defense system like the later Iron Dome in Israel. The memory came back to me upon witnessing President Donald Trump's announcement last week of his Golden Dome defense shield designed to ward off missiles launched against the United States from anywhere in the world, including from outer space. It is expected that the program will cost some $500 billion in the upcoming years. Trump said once fully constructed, Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from the other side of the world, and even if they are launched from space, and we will have the best system ever built. I was with Dukakis, the former governor and 1988 Democratic candidate for president, at his office that day at Northeastern University, where he taught after he was defeated for president by George H.W. Bush. I was there to pick up the introduction to my book Rumpella, Rummaging Through Albania, that he had kindly written. As we sat there with the television set in the background, the story broke about a plane crashing into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. We, like most people, thought at first that it was an accident. Then, 17 minutes later, the second plane on live television struck the South Tower. Some 2,750 people were killed. America was under attack. Both planes, out of security-deficient Logan Airport, had been hijacked by Muslim terrorists, and there was nothing high-tech about it, which led to Dukakis' comment about Star Wars. The terrorists used box cutters. All the Star Wars technology could have done little to prevent the low-tech hijacking of the two other planes that day, one that hit the Pentagon, 184 killed, and the other that crashed near Shanksville, PA, after heroic passengers fought terrorists for control. 40 lost their lives. This is not to say that Trump's Golden Dome is not necessary, with potential missile threats coming from adversaries like Communist China and Russia. It is. Recall the long delay in even coping with the wandering Chinese spy balloon that made its way across America in 2023, gathering intelligence for a week under Joe Biden before it was finally shot down. If he could not shoot down a Chinese balloon in a timely fashion, what would he have done with a Chinese missile? The vast advances in technology will make the Golden Dome more efficient and protective than Star Wars, which never got off the ground in the first place. But there are still box cutters around, as well as thousands of terrorists walking around that Joe Biden waved into the country. In addition, by coincidence or by planning, the states that will benefit most from the billions the government will spend on creating the Golden Dome will go to, surprise, states that Trump carried in the 2024 election. Needless to say, high-tech, but anti-Trump, Massachusetts is not one of them. Back in the day, these defense contracts would have gone to well-established Massachusetts high-tech defense contractors and companies, no matter who was president. The late Sen. Ted Kennedy and Speaker Tip O'Neill made sure that Massachusetts had a seat at the table and was well represented when it came to obtaining federal defense contracts. Those days are gone. Sen. Elizabeth Warren and Eddie Markey cannot even find the door, let alone the table, but Senators Jim Banks of Indiana and Dan Sullivan of Alaska could. The states that will benefit most from the big dome big spending are Alaska, Florida, Georgia, and, by far, Indiana, all of which Trump carried in 2024. Believe it when they say elections have consequences. Veteran political reporter Peter Lucas can be reached at
Wow, that was the most biased news article I've ever heard. Um, but basically, they're saying that the Golden Dome isn't going to stop people with box cutters. That's not its intention. Wake up, people. We're going into World War III. Government was playing a game with people. Everyone knows who done 9/11. I agree. That was the biggest propaganda piece I've ever heard. And let me tell you what right now, if we're going into World War III and you believe it, okay, Reese's Pieces is coming around. If you believe we're going into World War III, wouldn't you want to invest in a defense contract company that is literally at the bottom right now? It's at the freaking bottom, baby. Look at the chart. Look at the chart, man. The chart says everything. Where is it at? Where is it at? I know it's on here. Where's the chart? Maybe it's this one. Where'd it go? What? All right, we're going to chart it right now. We're going to chart Lockheed Martin. What I'm saying is if we're going into World War III, I don't want to invest into guns. I want to invest into bullets. That's Lockheed Martin. That's all I'm saying. And it bottomed when Trump got elected because everyone thought that because Trump was going to get elected, it was going to be peace on earth, goodwill towards men, no more war. And that ain't the case. That ain't the case. Let's look at LMT. LMT is going to be huge, man. I'm telling you. I'm just trying to help you. That ain't it. Oh, these are on. No, we want stocks. We want LMT. This should be it. That ain't right. That ain't the right chart. I normally only do crypto, but I bought Lockheed Martin like in October, November, somewhere around there. I can't remember what month I bought it, but it tanked because Trump got elected. And I was like, oh, I'm buying this. And I've been holding on to it for months now. And I've been trying to say, who built Israel's dome? So Lockheed Martin built Israel's dome. That's all Lockheed Martin. And I didn't even know that they were going to build this Golden Dome when I bought it. But let me tell you what right now, like, oh, I'm kicking my heels right now. Who's building ours? Lockheed Martin. I think there will be other, but this is why Lockheed Martin got this contract to upgrade its missiles. So here it is right here. Where'd it go? Oh, I must have closed it. Hold on. There it is. So Lockheed Martin just got a $214 million to upgrade multi-launch rocket systems. Why? Multiple launch rocket systems. Why would they need that? For the Golden Dome, of course. Come on. This is just confirmation. This isn't buying the news. Look at the chart. Lockheed Martin was up here in October, and it was December, January. That's when I got it. It was down here. when it hit the bottom here. I bought Lockheed Martin down here. Maybe it was February. All right. It has just been down. And it started turning up. And I told y'all in April right here at this dip, I was like, y'all better get into Lockheed Martin right now. And this is the company that's going to be building all the missiles and stuff for the defense program. Okay? And it's like, yeah, there will be a satellite company, but what would you rather invest in? The satellites that they own that can be they can retrofit with rockets over and over and over and over again, and they just use the same satellite? Or would you want to invest in the rockets that are going to be loaded into the satellite, baby? Lockheed Martin, LMT, baby. You heard it here first. Nobody else is talking about this shit, man. And I've been screaming it. Trying to tell you guys, hey, you better get into it, man. You better get into it before it's too late. This is a great, if you're looking for something long-term hold that is going to be not so volatile like crypto volatility, long-term hold. If you're holding XRP long-term, you could get hosed, especially if they move towards CBDCs. But this is a guaranteed return, man. By 2030, this is going to be crazy. You put some money into this one and you're going to be doing well. All right, this one is going to continually climb upward. Just a little food for thought. And y'all can come back on the show and laugh at me all you want if I was wrong, but I'm telling you I'm right. RADS developed the Iron Dome. Yeah, but Lockheed Martin supplies the missiles for it. We want to invest in the bullets, not the guns. You know, when you go into war, right, you give a soldier a gun, right? But how many bullets do you give him? Hundreds, thousands, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, we're investing into the bullets of the system, not the gun. That's the difference. So all the missiles for the Iron Dome are produced by Lockheed Martin. And it's pretty much already been stated that Lockheed Martin is going to be taking this contract. I mean, this article alone, right here, where is it? It is this one. This one alone tells you Lockheed Martin secures major contract for rocket systems upgrade. Why would they secure that contract unless they're going to facilitate that system? They need the rockets for this system. This is where it's at right here, guys. Trying to help you out, guys. I'm trying to help you out. It seems like Reese's Pieces is coming around, though. I think Reese's Pieces is coming around. I mean, come on, Reese's Pieces. You saw the chart, right? You saw the chart. I just pulled it up for you. It's at the bottom. Mention a few brokers. Fidelity, Public. And TikTok seller. You're funny. Yeah, Fidelity is what I use for my stocks. That one I'll tell you, because that one's not like crypto. It's not like the Wild West. They aren't hacking like they can do on that. So yeah, I use Fidelity. I have multiple, okay? I've got Robinhood, I've got Public, I've got Fidelity, and yeah, my Lockheed Martin's in Fidelity, baby. I'm going to buy more. Yeah, it's regular. It's New York Stock Exchange. These crypto platforms, Coinbase, all of them, there's no, look at what happened with FTX, man. There's no security in all of that until there's more regulation in crypto. Crypto's the Wild West. I'm not worried about anyone accessing my Fidelity account. And even if they do, it's going to be backed and secured by FDIC. It's in a trust. Like, it's good. Like, no one can touch it. All right, let's see here. Businesses are finding a workaround for tariffs, and it's entirely legal. Businesses are finding a workaround to minimize the most significant hit from U.S. tariffs. The first is Big Baller in the chat. Big Baller, are you here right now? This one pertains to you. This is why I'm covering this. And I was hoping that you would shed some light on this one, because we were talking about this last night. And I think that this is what you're doing with BeerGator right now. TikTok sellers on the payroll? Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. TikTok seller is paying the bills around here, man. TikTok seller is making so much money. He's 18 years old, and he takes my coaching. So I offer coaching for deluxe subscribers, one-on-one coaching. And dude is just doing phenomenal. Guinea Marie as well. Guinea Marie, if you're in here, anybody that's been trading based off of what I've been posting or my coaching, anything like that, Poway Rock as well. All of you who have been taking advantage of it, you have all been doing exponentially well. And, you know, I've been telling you guys for months, since January 30th, I told you the markets were going to head down. And then as soon as the sentiment turned around and we were at the bottom, I said, hey, we're going back up. And we made a lot of money, man. We're making a ton of freaking money over here, all of us. Okay, so I guess Big Baller's not in right now. Man, I wish there was a way I could, like, let me message him right now. Hold on. Let me message Big Baller. Oh, where is it? There he is. Hey, buddy, can you hop on the live? I got a question for you about BeerGator. Can you get in the chat for me? He's here. He was here, but he might be driving or something like that. This is more of a podcast than anything. So a lot of people they're driving, they're at work, they have their earbuds in, they're listening. Because we're not like your average TikTok show. We're a podcast. That's why we're on Twitch as well, and we're on YouTube as well. So Reese's Pieces, definitely go onto YouTube, search for Oz the Crypto Goat, and watch some of the past lives and get caught up to where we're at now, and you'll see the pattern of how this has happened and how things are changing. B says, Reese's Pieces, he's trying to educate to make smart money. Exactly. We're trying to make smart trades here. We're not trying to buy the news. We're trying to get into these projects. Me covering Lockheed Martin was about validating prior claims from months ago. I understand you may not need it, bro, but you've been on here hating, man. And we're just trying to let you know that you're in the right place. Like, everything you're saying, we're on board with you, bro. And we're a tight community here, and we all love and take care of each other. And we want you to know, like, we're not about that life, man. I am not looking to make anybody my exit liquidity. What did you want to know about BeerGator? Dude, okay, so we talked about BeerGator, right, last night. So you were going to be in Vegas for the meet and greet. And you said that you had to go to Malaysia, I think. So my question for you, Big Baller, is this. This is the article right here. It says businesses are finding a workaround for tariffs and it's entirely legal. Businesses are finding a workaround to minimize the most significant hit from U.S. tariffs. The first sale rule is a concept in U.S. customs law that allows importers to use the lowest cost of a good calculated duties. It's been around for a very long time, but everybody's beginning to explore it with more interest. So my question for you is this pertaining to what we were talking about? Actually, I'm headed to China to transfer it to Malaysia so I don't have to pay tariffs. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to ask you about is this basically that process that you're going through right now? And if not, do you know about this process? I want to, because you said this and basically, yeah, so you're doing this right now. We talked last night and then I saw this on CNBC today on the news. And I was like, that's what Big Baller's doing. That's exactly it. And that's amazing, man, that you jumped on that. You're a smart cookie, bro. And let me tell you what right now, if you guys don't know who Big Baller is, this guy is going to be filthy freaking rich, man. He invented Beer Gator. And one of these days, you're going to see a Beer Gator in every single bar. Guaranteed. We're out of China after the 90-day pause. Bro, so you're moving it to Malaysia. That's awesome, man. You know what? This is what I've been thinking. So I was going to talk to you about this in Vegas one-on-one, but it sounds like you're not going to be able to make it now because you're going to be in China. So this was my idea. Have you thought about maybe taking, because I'm not quite sure. I know you got several billion to build that business. However, I'm wondering, you could probably get another contract for several billion to build the factory here in the United States. That's what I'm thinking is a possibility. And, you know, I'm interested on this. I want to get in on it, man, because I'm like, dude, we should be opening factories to build Beer Gator right here in Arizona. You know, like, or Las Vegas. I would say probably Las Vegas because of the LLC laws. But that would probably cost. I mean, it would probably cost more, but I'm considering that getting the financial backing for it, we'd end up owning and operating the entire Beer Gator system. Manufacture, distribution, and retail. So that I'm thinking big picture on this one. So I don't know if you've considered that, but that was something I was going to run by you in Vegas. But if you're not going to be there, I figure we could talk about it right here on the show. If you want to talk more about it in private, you know where to message me. But I'm very interested. I'm all about it. I was hoping you were going to bring one to Vegas so that I could kind of see more of what it is and what you got going on. But I'm in, bro. I'm in. Let's work on this one. So, I don't know, something to think about, food for thought. No private. I want everyone to know about this. All right, cool, man. So, that's my idea. My idea, because I firmly believe the reason why there are no tariff deals is because the deal that Donald Trump is pushing for is manufacturing being brought back to the United States. That's why the tariffs are just going to remain high. They want to bring the companies back here on U.S. soil. So I'm thinking there's a high potential and probability to gain that financial backing if you're going to be building it here in the United States. Let's talk soon off the air. I have a big thing for you, and TikTok seller. Dude, I'm about it. Message me, bro. We'll talk about it. But I'm on board, man. I'm on board. I think it's a great idea. And you've already got the financial backing. You're already started. I'm thinking bigger, man. I'm thinking, man, we could own the factories that build the thing right here in the United States. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to bring that infrastructure back here. Why deal with having to hop on an awful flight to China and Malaysia and all that, or wherever it is we're got to go to do all this business, man? Put it in our backyard. You know, it could be manufactured right here in Vegas. I'm thinking Vegas would probably be the best choice because it's cheap and the taxes and everything. My goal is to bring it here. Too expensive right now. I get what you're saying, but I'm thinking you may be able to get government subsidies because they're trying to bring the companies back. So there may be a way to be subsidized by the U.S. government where they're going to pay the difference, if not more. Just like how corn farmers work, you know? The government pays corn farmers to keep growing corn here. I think that there's an opportunity, especially right now with everything that's going on. And think of the publicity. If you were to go and start this thing and be that front runner in the space to, I'm going to bring business back here, Donald Trump himself may prop you up and promote the business. I don't know, just food for thought, you know? Too bad I'm not working with the Secret Service anymore. I would try to pull some strings, man, with getting a one-on-one or at least a phone call. But I could try to reach out to somebody and see if I can contact anybody. But everybody that I know is long since retired. You know, I was doing this, 15 years ago. Big Baller says you're hired. Yeah, I wish I had the contacts that I had then. All those people that were in power that I had contacts with, they've either passed away or long retired. So, but I think that there is a possibility where we could facilitate something like that. You pay good? Oh, man, I don't know if you could pay as good as what I'm getting right now. I'm paying myself. I don't even make my money off TikTok. I make it in my trades, baby. My trades are funding this whole thing. We've spent $16K on building a studio that we made 71 cents this live. I do this because I like doing it, you know? I need you for the Beer Gator podcast. Dude, I'm about it, bro. I'm about it. You already know I'm on board. I'm on board. I want to work with you. I want to get on top of this one. I think that there's a lot of potential here. The product already sounds solid, dude. And you have the patents and everything. You have the funding. I think that this is a good venture. And why not go public? Let's open an IPO, man. I mean, you want to get funding to do something like build a company in the United States? If you're not going to get subsidized, go public. You know, I specialized in trading. When I first started trading, was nothing but IPOs, man. IT guy, when he gets 25% of that 71. No, IT guy makes way more than that. Let me tell you, on this entire show, the IT guy makes more than everyone combined. Yes, there is government money out there. B is correct. And that was what I wanted to talk to you in Vegas about. And kind of like my vision that I was seeing, you know. I've been thinking about this a lot, Big Baller. I've just been holding on to it, waiting for a face-to-face and to see the actual product, because you told me you were going to bring it to Vegas. So I was like, all right, I'm going to save it for then. But now that you're going to be busy, I'm like, we should talk about it. We get it for our family. I know. I'm excited. Big Baller says he's going to give me one. I've got a tap and everything here. I'm going to put a tap back here with the beer gator right in the background here. And I'm going to probably get like a lift that lifts it up in the air so you can see it on like a mechanical thing. So it comes up and down. And every once in a while, you know, I'll have a beer while I'm doing the show. I have a bottle opener like right here, and I usually have like my mug over here, but I don't do it on TikTok. But I got a pool tap, you know, so I'm like, man, I'll totally promote Beer Gator on the show. Farm, not family, right? Pull up this site. It's there. It's clean. Pull up his site. What is his site? Put it in the chat. I'll pull it up right now. TikTok seller, big baller, whoever it is, put it in the chat, and I will pull up Beer Gator right now. Let me Google it. Let's just Google Beer Gator. Beer Gator. I'm getting kegerators. Beer Gator, the best tailgate accessory for beer tap. What? This is sick, bro. This is what I'm talking about. Yes. All right. I have an idea. I have an idea for this. Big baller, message me. I got you. Use it if you want. I don't want to put it out here on the internet because somebody's going to take this idea. I'm an inventor too. As you guys know, I hold several patents. I actually got some of my inventions in the desk right here. Some of them have been created, some of them not. I've got a big one. We're talking about $1 billion idea. And let me tell you, it would probably cost $20 to build each one of these units. And I think that we could sell them anywhere from $300 to $500 a unit easily. Yeah, this is beautiful. Look at this. What is Beer Gator? Beer Gator is an all-in-one system that provides cold beer or any beverage of your choice directly from the tap at any tailgate, backyard barbecue, camping trip, beach day, or highly professional business meeting without the hassle or cost of renting a keg or related equipment. This is cool. Beer Gator can hold up to 1.5 gallons. That's 32 12-ounce cans, 24 16-ounce pints. This thing is the coolest tailgating product I've seen in years. Easy to use and a snap to clean up. We run hurricanes and sangria through one and IPAs through another one. That is so sick. This is so sick. I need this. I need this and I need it now. I'm totally going to put this thing on tap in the studio. Oh, look it. It's so simple. This is cool, man. Big Baller, I hope you're still in the chat. This is awesome. I'm going to just start promoting this thing, even though I don't have a contract with Beer Gator or Big Baller. Your tanks have changed. That's what I heard. Yeah, we were talking about that. Look at this. $69. $90. Dude, this is cheap. You can get 4 of them for $236, and you could start, like, let's say you were a DJ or a party service or something. They're going to order 4 of these, man. You do like the picnic tables and the canopies and all that. Add this to your supply of stock of what you're going to get. This is cool. Look at that tank. I'm trying to figure out how it works so I can make a knockoff version. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I would never do that. That is cheap. The people buying this will spend a lot. I agree. Think about it. If you have like a party catering service, something like that, everyone's going to have one. Every single party service, party planning, equipment rentals. This is going to be big. If you go public, bro, I'm in. I'll buy some stock in this one. We've got 102.8 CAD by 900 backers. Dang. This is sick, bro. Every brewery will have a tank to fill up your favorite beer. I know, right? I kind of just want one for like camping and like in the studio or whatever. And it's on wheels, man. Sold. And the price is right too, by the way. The price is freaking right. I do have a question though for you, big baller. Are we purchasing just this? Or is it the entire thing? The ice chest and the tanks and everything. So am I getting the ice chest on the wheels? Am I getting the tanks? Am I getting what all comes with it? Is it just completely ready to go? Cooler, tanks, everything. Just got to add ice and liquids. Oh, I see it. Look at the little CO2 cartridge on the tank. Oh, you're a fucking genius. Everything but the cooler. Dude, you're a genius. This is, I know how it works now. I was wondering, it's got a small little CO2 tank on it. It's a mini keg. What? You could put root beer in this thing. You could put Dr. Pepper. Wow. Everything but the cooler. Dude, coolers are cheap, man. This is the main thing, though. That means I can use whatever cooler I want. So let's say I had a massive cooler. Could I get bigger tanks for it? That's what I want to know. If I've got a massive cooler, and let's say I could fit 3 units on this thing, right? So that would be 2, 4, 6 taps. Tanks are one size. Okay, I still think even then the tanks would take up about the same amount of size, and you could just add more ice. So I'm feeling it, bro. Because I have this massive ice chest thing, right? And I'm thinking, dude, I could get 6 of them on it, and I could have, beer, sangria, root beer, mixers, whatever, all on it. What? That's crazy. That's awesome. This is cool, dude. I'm about it. We're going to talk more. Dude, I think we could build this shit right here in the US. We could build a factory. I think we could get subsidized. We could own the whole operation. I mean, you could own the whole operation, Going to send you a video of my engineer showing the new tanks. All right, I'm down with it. But yeah, dude, I think that's smart what you're doing by doing this work around the tariffs. But I think that Donald Trump is going to stomp this out quickly. Okay? I think the goal is to bring the manufacturing back to the U.S. And I think that by doing that, you have an opportunity to jump on top of getting subsidies to bring the business and not just making the product and selling the product, but manufacturing it. Manufacture it at the facility, ship it out. I could see one of these, and we're talking about the cooler as well. It could come with the cooler, the entire thing, and I could see this at every Walmart. I went from launching in 2019, COVID, and now tariffs. I'm tired. I get it. That's part of it, man. I'm tired too. I've been trying to get this freaking podcast off the ground since 2020, man. And it's been an uphill battle, but I love doing it. and I'm good at it. You'll get there. We're going to promote the hell out of this thing. We're going to promote the hell out of this. We're going to do a Beer Gator infomercial channel. We're going to get a bunch of hot chicks in bikinis spraying each other with them. We're going to go big on this one. Let me tell you something. Every goal I've ever set for myself, I've always surpassed it and then some. Even now, I've surpassed my goal in social media. And I think that we're on our way to do so much more. Promote it, and I will build you the sickest podcast. Dude, I'm about it. I'm seriously down. Like, we could totally do that right here in the studio. There's plenty of room here. I have wireless mics as well, so we can do away with this mic. Change the scenery is completely interchangeable as well. So I designed this studio to change for multiple shows so that I could do any kind of different thing. So there's plenty of... Dude, this goes way back here. Look at this. It looks like this room is small. And there's a catwalk behind it. There's another 4 or 5 feet behind all this. It looks small, but it's actually huge. Like, that painting back there is massive. It looks small. It's huge. All right, back to the news. Back to everything. Thank you, Big Baller. Big Baller is going to be our second, well, I guess technically our third sponsor on the show. We got to sign something. We got to get something going on this one. Can you sell it on TikTok for me? I want TikTok seller to sell it on TikTok for me. Yeah, dude. I think TikTok seller could do it. I think I could do it. What you got to do is figure out the contracts on that one. But I think if you promote it for soda, you'll have no problem. But yeah, I'll totally do some of that for you, man. Why not? You have 5 lawyers. I know I have one. I have one on this show. We had to hire legal staff because it's just crazy everything we've been going through. All right, let's see here. Next bit of news. Trump delays 50% EU tariff until July 9th. There he is. President Donald Trump speaks to the media before boarding Air Force One as he departs for Washington, D.C. President Donald Trump said Saturday that he has agreed to delay 50% tariffs on the European Union imports until July 9th. The latest instance of Trump declaring an impending tariff and throwing markets into confusion only to later walk back threatened levies. Trump said he and the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said a very nice call that led to the delay. Van der Leyen said she wants to get down to serious negotiation. Trump told reporters at Morristown Municipal Airport in New Jersey July 9th would be the day. That was the date she requested. Could we move it from June 1st to July 9th? I agreed to that. She said, we will rapidly get together and see if we can work something out, he added. So this is something. I think that there may actually come a deal, finally. I think Donald Trump is done playing games. I think a lot of these countries were like, we'll just drag out the delays and keep the 10% and wait till we get the deal we want. And I think he realized he realized that, and he was like, we're not playing these reindeer games no more. Make a deal or you're going to be paying high tariffs. That's what China tried to do. And, now it's looking pretty gnarly with what's going on with China. So, and look at the deal that is standing with China right now is basically the same as what it was before, but still, and I'd say it's a bit higher, but it sure beats the hell out of where it was. TikTok seller says, get on TikTok shop for sellers and I'll post and go live with it 1/2. I go viral every day and I blow up on TikTok. I guarantee 2 to 2. Nice. Yeah, TikTok seller is massive on selling products on TikTok. By the way, if y'all are interested in buying any products off the TikTok shop, make sure you reach out to TikTok seller 444, and he can get you way better deals than what you're going to pay on TikTok shop. So make sure you reach out to him, and he can add it to his what's it called? Like promotional products or whatever. I think it's products. All right, let's see here. More news. Okay. I am leaning towards a possibility of a rate cut coming. Maybe not in July, but a possible rate cut coming soon, hopefully. I'm starting to get a little, if that happens, I'm going to be hella bullish. I've been kind of neutral lately, and in the past I've been very bearish. I'm a bit neutral right now. That's why the white light's on, okay? I'm neutral right now. But at the same time, I think we could be shifting towards a bullish sentiment. But we should have already started dropping in the markets, and it's just not happening. And I think that it's not business as usual. This market, this year, everything about it is different. And even this bull cycle, this is not your average crypto bull cycle. And I don't think it's gonna be average. I think everything is different, and don't expect to see things happen the same they've ever had. I also don't expect crypto to be the new world financial system this year either. But I think this, because people think that that's what's happening, that's why there's this change in the tides, change in everything, because everything's a little bit different. All right, guys, start double tapping, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in some gifts, send in some heart me's. I need, we are not doing so well on engagement right now, so we need to get some gifts flooding in. Start sending roses, send in lightning bolts, send in some goats, send a galaxy, if you haven't sent a heart me yet, send a heart me. Help me out, help me grow. I need Big Baller with the heart me. Thank you very much. TikTok seller with the 5 let him cooks. Thank you so much. Keep smashing that like button. Keep helping out. And remember, donations that are sent in today, if you send them to the Cash App or Venmo, 50% of those donations go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. So I don't know if I've received any yet because I'm on the air, but up until midnight tonight, anything that comes in for a donation on the Cash App or Venmo, go ahead and send those donations, and I will put 50% of that into the Save a Warrior Foundation. Last month, we were able to raise $75. And B, if you're watching, let them know. I'm a man of my word. I'm not going to keep money from soldiers. That's just like the most evil thing you could possibly do. I would never do that. Let everybody know I'm a man of my word, and when I say that I'm going to donate money, that's what I'm going to do with it. So any donations you send to the Cash App or Venmo will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. Jesse, if you're watching the show right now, if you could post the Cash App and Venue. Jesse is our fact checker, and she's working off location right now, but she should be in the chat. But she's periodically in and out. As far as today, that's why we're using ChatGPT for fact checking. But Jesse, if you are watching the show right now and you could post the Cash App and Venmo, much appreciated. Let's see here. Seamont, let's see, Big Baller with a big shout out. Seamont with 3 Let 'em Cooks. Seamont with 11 roses. Thank you guys very much. Much appreciated. Jesse, if you're watching the show, if you could post the Cash App and Venmo, 50% of all donations sent today will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. B, do you want to maybe put in the chat what the Save a Warrior Foundation is and what it does, and we'll go from there. I'm posting it. It's being taken down. Holy crap. So go in the chat, previous chat, and you should be able to see it previously. Let me see here. It was all the way in the beginning. Let me see if I can post it. Nope. Oh, it is going to let me do it. Nope, it won't let me paste it. All right. There it is right there. Jessica just posted the Cash App and the Venmo, and we have PayPal. Yeah, there it is now. All right. So if you and then B just sent the link. That's where the saveawarrior.org is. When you give to the show, we put 50% of it to Save a Warrior. The other half of that money goes to paying the staff here. So if you want to support the show and you want to support your veterans, give to the show. If you just want to support the veterans, you can give 100% to the saveawarrior.org foundation. They do, however, charge a fee for that. So when you give to the show, we just have to pay the fee one time and it all goes through. So that's another plus of sending it to the show, because you're helping the show and you're helping the Save a Warrior Foundation as well. And each individual person that gives doesn't have to pay the fee. So that's why we do it this way. And we're earning it, and not just for the show, but also for our warriors, because today is Memorial Day. TikTok seller with the 28 swords. Seamont with a heart me. And 3 dolphins. And Seamont with 12 TikToks. Holy cow, you guys are amazing. You guys are wonderful. I appreciate and love you all so much. Let's see here. I feel like, okay. Big Baller says, wait till 12.2 trillion comes to America. That's a lot of money. I agree. And then Big Baller says, I feel we are going to start pumping. I see bull flags, a lot of charts. I agree. I think we're going to start pumping too. We need to get at least 150K likes minimum. Agreed. Agreed. Start double tapping the screen. Start liking. Thank you for all the flood of gifts. Now that we've got some gifts coming in, let's get those hearts flowing. And if you haven't sent a heart me yet, make sure you send a heart me. But also, if you send a heart me and you send gifts, go back to the heart me and claim your free gifts. And that is going to help the show as well. And it's also going to help you. It'll sometimes gives you free coins for you to spend for the gifts. So make sure after you join the heart me, you send your gifts, you go back and you claim your rewards. Let's see. B says, I would put it in the chat. What is it about? But easier to go to the website. Yeah. And I appreciate I appreciate you being here. But basically, Save a Warrior helps with like PTSD and I don't want to say, but soldiers are at high risk for unaliving themselves. And so that's what we're trying to do is give to that. Jessica got flagged. TikTok seller says, I'm level 21 on the Heart Me. Holy crap. Seamont with the 32 goats. Thank you very much. So hopefully we get some donations today. Most of my donators, you should already have it saved. But for the new people, look in the chat. It's there. Yeah, TikTok doesn't want you to send donations directly because they want you to send it through their platform because they take 60%. They take 60% of the money. And when you send it to the Cash App, I take 50% and I give 50% back to the charity. Jessica just pinned the Cash App on there. You can see it right there. And then the Venmo as well. B says, Save a Warrior Foundation helps with PTSD and complex PTS without medications. That's awesome. And I believe that's like through support groups and all types of different programs and stuff. It's amazing what they do. Seamont with the 16 finger hearts. Thank you very much. Jessica's got the Venmo and the Cash App. She's going to keep that pinned up in the live. Thank you very much, Jessica, for working on your day off. Much appreciated. And thank you for coming into Mega Crypto's chat. I believe it was yesterday or the day before to help support his show as well. We want to help prop up the community and help each other in every way that we possibly can. B says it's for veterans and first responders. Yes. That's what the Save a Warrior Foundation's for. It's for veterans and first responders. And we're giving to that platform again, saveawarrior.org, because today is Veterans Day. So if you want to help out a veteran, send a donation to the Cash App or Venmo. And let's raise some money, guys. We raised $75 last month. Let's break that. Let's shoot for $500. Let's see if we can raise $500 for the Save a Warrior Foundation. That would be a total of $1,000 coming in. So we'll see how that goes. And that would totally help to pay for the staff. I think that pretty much pays the IT guy. But yeah, it's Memorial Day. Let's give to our veterans. So by donating today, you get to pay the IT guy off and support our veterans. Oh, excuse me. It's Memorial Day, not Veterans Day. My apologies. Veterans Day is coming up in November? Yeah, November. My apologies. It's Memorial Day. Let's give to our veterans on Memorial Day. I've gone live. Today's the 8th day in a row I've gone live. I am so tired. All right, let's see. Volvo to cut 3,000 jobs as Trump tariffs rattle auto market. Let's watch and see what they have to say.
The Supreme Court of the United States has determined the Trump administration is well within the law to remove the temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants fleeing political persecution and violence in their home country. There are approximately 500,000 Venezuelan migrants living in America currently. Around 350,000 of them were given a protected status first put in place by the Biden administration. But Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and border czar Tom Homan says the Biden-era program has increased crime within our own borders.
That's not what I was hoping it was. Oh, here it is.
Volvo to cut 3,000 jobs as Trump tariffs rattle auto market. By Jared Gans, Volvo announced it plans to cut 3,000 positions as President Trump's tariffs continue to rattle the auto market. The Sweden-based car company said in a release Monday that the move is part of its cost and cash action plan that is designed to build a stronger company as the industry faces considerable challenges in its external environment. The release states that the layoffs will primarily affect office-based positions in Sweden, representing 15% of its global office-based workforce. These structural changes are necessary for Volvo Cars to deliver on its long-term strategy, strengthening its foundations for profitable growth. The release states, the company said the specific number of job reductions will be determined after it has finalized a review of its entire organization and determined a new structural setup. About 1,200 of the layoffs will be employee-held positions in Sweden, while 1,000 will be positions held by consultants, also mostly in Sweden. The rest will happen in other markets. The actions announced today have been difficult decisions, but they are important steps as we build a stronger and even more resilient Volvo Cars. Volvo Cars President and CEO Håkan Samuelsson said in the release, "The automotive industry is in the middle of a challenging period. To address this, we must improve our cash flow generation and structurally lower our costs." Trump announced earlier this month he would scale back his planned 25% tariffs on imported automobiles and auto parts. The executive orders Trump signed spare auto parts from facing both those tariffs and the ones Trump had already implemented on foreign metals. The parts instead face the higher available rate per product. The administration is also allowing automakers to apply for 15% price offsets during the first year of the tariffs and a 10% offset during the second year to try to get companies to increase domestic production. The reductions will be phased out by the third year. United Auto Workers has declared support for Trump's auto tariffs to protect workers and U.S. industry, but the tariffs have added to financial difficulties facing auto companies, which already have been facing high costs.
All right, here. So yeah, layoffs coming could potentially spark the Fed lowering interest rates. Okay? An unemployment crisis is what will spark the lowering of interest rates. And I think it's possible we could see that maybe not in July, but in November possibly. Okay. So we can't promote the Cash App or Venmo, but it is in the chat. It is in the chat if you want to give. Also, if you do want to give and you don't know where to send it to, just send me a direct message and I will send you in the right direction. So just reach out to me after the show and we'll facilitate that. All right, let's watch this here.
$1 trillion worth of goods made in Mexico, Canada, and China. Products shipped from Mexico will see a 25% import tax. Canadian goods, except for energy products, will see a similar amount, while Chinese goods will be hit with an additional 10% tariff. These are all expected to kick in as of February 3rd. The president is warning Americans will feel a little short-term pain, but what he...
This didn't start last night. For months, Israelis and Jews have been demonized, threatened, hunted.
What does history suggest about what is likely to happen to the stock market in 2025?
I'm bullish. Post-election years used to be a negative year for the market. It used to be one of the worst ones. Since World War II, it's been one of the better ones. Since '85, it's been the best year of the 4-year cycle. All the different averages or seasonal patterns that I'm looking at for 2025 have me forecasting about 8 to 12% for the stock market in 2025. Probably a little bit of a dip in Q1 as the new policies, the new initiatives get digested and some disappointments with the new administration come through, and then usual weakness in the third quarter, August-September period.
Now, the benchmark is up about 20 or more percent in 2024. It was up 20 or more percent in 2023. What does history suggest about what is likely to happen in 2025 when you see such strong gains back to back?
Yeah, I mean, gains beget gains. We've got momentum here. The economic numbers, the technical numbers, yeah, things are a little bit overbought or had been. This weakness in early December is very seasonally typical. Probably some profit taking and setting up the year-end rally, but it doesn't suggest that the gains are over. Third years of bull markets, which is what we're in right now, usually a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker, not quite as strong. So that's what gets me in that high single-digit, low double-digit area. I think we've got room to run here. I'm worried about 2026, the midterm year, but for 25, I don't think being up 2 years in a row has any issues. I mean, we've seen lots of 3 years in a row of big gains.
So to you, what gets us there in terms of this? I think you have low single-digit return for 2025.
High single digit.
High single digit. What gets us there?
Several things. I mean, there's a book I did and a forecast I made based on something my father did called the super boom. Back in 2010, I predicted that when the Dow was about 10,000, I predicted we'd hit 38,820 by 2025 based upon history, inflation, and politics and that sort of thing, as well as what I call a culturally enabling paradigm shifting technology. AI fits that bill. We're at like the early middle innings in my book. I think that the tech boom is part of it. We're seeing some broadening. I'd like to see the Russell make a new high, confirm some of that broadening, even though there's a lot of selective small caps are doing well. The administration, pro-business policy is about to come in. The U.S. is strong, the economy is strong. I think the Fed kind of stuck the landing. So there's a lot of positives. A little geopolitical unrest is a risk, a little high valuations, but I think we can catch up to that with earnings and such.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel the sentiment. I'm starting to feel
This didn't start last.
The bullish sentiment, guys. I think we should have already dropped. And the fact that we haven't been moving down is an indicator to me that we could potentially start moving up. However, it's not the first of the month yet. I would give it a little bit of time. We are kind of moving down a little bit. We're trending down this way here. Hey, can you guys hear the airplanes right now? There's a massive airplane pulling in right now. I'm wondering if you guys can hear it or not. Perfect. Yeah, that means the studio, like I can feel the rumble of it, but I don't know if you can hear it or not. So here is the trend line. Okay. And it seems to be right here. I'm thinking it hits right here at 223 and comes back up. But if it drops to like 222, it's going to fall back down here and it'll be cooked. So we're still watching. I would say that the diamond bottom has broken structure as of today's new candle. If this candle does not turn green and pump up here to this blue line, or this one up here, I would say at 240-ish, that would be an indication of a break in structure. However, this is a bullish structure that it's forming, okay? We were forming bearish structures on top of bearish structures, and now we're starting to form bullish structures, okay? So it coming down here slowly like this is a descending channel, which is a bullish structure. Nothing else is showing this. Yeah, downwards channel. Nothing else is showing this stuff. Only XRP. Look at Algo. Algo is showing head and shoulders formation right here. Descending or ascending channel right here. That's a bearish structure and it's already breaking down, okay? But XRP, man, XRP is doing the opposite. XRP is looking like it's about to go bullish. HD Malicious with the heart me. Thank you very much. Send in those heart me's, guys. If you haven't sent a heart me yet, send one. Help us out. And also the gifts. There's one. It's called Hearts. It's just called Hearts. That's the best gift that you can give right now. Or the Cuddles one. It's like a dog and something else cuddling. That one is good for points. Was today a big day for XRP? What do you mean? I would say that XRP looks bullish. XRP looks like it's going to do awesome sauce. Rusty Spokes, glad to have you, buddy. Welcome to the team. Rusty Spokes is a new subscriber. Everybody welcome Rusty Spokes. Thank you for coming into the chat. Everything looks bearish except for XRP. But it's headed down. Yesterday's candle closed red. Today's candle opened red. But there's a nice bit of buy pressure here. Look at this green hammer. Look at this hammer candle right here. We should have opened another green candle and made a diamond bottom here. But it continued to go down. But I would say that the sentiment is bullish. Oh, yeah. Reese's Pieces gave up, man. He did follow, so hopefully he comes around and watches the show and understands where we're at, because everything he was saying, I was in agreement with. Everything I said, he was in agreement with, but I think that there's a lot of distrust in creators right now, because all these creators over the last several months have just been pumping the moon cheese down people's throats, man. And now that it's finally turned bullish, everyone's not buying it anymore. But luckily you're here watching this show. You know where the trust is at. Everyone's screaming 10K. Road King says XRP will drop. What makes you think that, Road King? I'm interested because it could go either way. If XRP falls below 222, I agree with you. But right now, I'm seeing a hammer candle, and I'm seeing a lot of wicks on the bottom pushing up. I'm seeing a descending channel, which is bullish. I don't see anything indicating downward movement. I mean, yes, it could go down in this channel, but that would indicate a bump up. You say 225? Well, I mean, it could be 225, but I'm more like, if 223, 222 is, if it hits those zones, it's cooked. Now, it could wick into those and recover up to 225, and I would say it still could be fine. But the candle would have to close at those levels. It would have to close. It would have to like wick into 221, 220, and close at 225. Yes, I agree with that. It will drop off if it drops below 225. I agree. But I try to set my price levels a little bit low to compensate for like lower or higher depending on what the sentiment is. I add a few cents because we don't want to get caught into bull or bear traps. We want confirmation. So I want to get clear confirmation that that's happening. But I do agree with you, Road King. I do agree with you. And let me tell you, we are inching close to that. But there is a high probability that we hit 223 here and bounce back up and break up out of this. So that is what I'm thinking, that it would be a move down like this and then up and out. And that would be this descending. It looks like we got A, B, C. So this would be A, B, C, right? Boom. So I'm looking for the bottom, but I kind of feel you, man. I'm worried. I'm scared. I'm afraid of XRP right now. XRP is terrifying to me. I want to buy things that are like this. Okay? This is flatlined at the bottom. It's bottomed out. I'm buying it anywhere between 11 and 10 cents. We got into this at 10.5. And this is SXT. Okay? And it's only been out on the market since May 8th. So I'm like, why would I throw my money into something that's already topped out? I'm looking for promising projects that are flatlined at the bottom, ready to go crazy. Road King says that's my next one. Yeah, bro. Dude, we bought it at 10.5, man. 10.5. Look at the chart. We started reading about this one for the pre-launch coming out. And I was going to buy the pre-launch, and we decided to wait. It launched, and I got a little TA from it, and I said, okay, it's going to fall somewhere between 10 and 11 cents. So we hit our price point at 10.5, and look it, we caught the wick of the very bottom right there. Beautiful, beautiful entry point. And then the very next day saw a massive return. So this was a great buy. We're already making money off of this one. We're already in profit, but it's so new. This is like buying Zebic before it got traction, and it has good utility. This has amazing utility, and I'm thinking about 50 cents on this one. I will take profits at 20. I will take profits at 25, and then I will take profits at 40, and then I will take profits at 45, and I will exit at 50. So that is my projection for this one, and it could take till November. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep, as it goes up, take a little bit of profits. Once it gets to 20 cents, I'll take my first profits. But as it's low and it's flatlined here, I'm going to continue to accumulate at between 10 and 11 cents. Okay? If it hits 11 cents, buy order goes in. If it drops lower than that and it hits 10.5, buy order goes in. If it hits 10 cents, buy order goes in. If it hits 9 cents, 8 cents, and all the way down, buy orders are going in. And that's where we're at. And I will, because this is where it's at now, I will DCA this all day. It is flatlined. DCA this, accumulate it while it's at the bottom, and wait for that moon candle up to 50 cents. You're waiting for a red candle? It could be bottomed out, brother. I think we're getting that red candle now. Look it. I think today's candle will close at 11.6 or just above it, which is where it was at, 11.65. And this is a double bottom. This is a double bottom. Are you talking SXT? Yes. Let me get rid of this. We had some rain clouds because we were dropping. Now we're doing different. I think it already kind of hit its bottom. And we're doing this double bottom. And it's coming back up to 13.5 minimum. So I think I'm going to wait because I already accumulated at 10.5. I will wait to see what it does. But if this drops down to 11.5, I'll probably buy some more. I'm trying to do anything between 11 and 10 because I know that that's its bottom. But if this starts looking like it's going to do something, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to keep getting into it. What's up, Pamela? Pamela is one of our new subscribers. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the live. Glad to have you. Welcome to our amazing community here where we all uplift each other and support each other, and we are making amazing moves. But I would say that SXT is even at 14 cents, guys. 14 cents is still a good buy on this one. It hasn't mooned yet. It hasn't done anything yet. What makes SXT so good? That is a great question. SXT has military potential. It has banking potential. Basically, what it does is it provides off-blockchain secure data storage. Glad to have you, Pamela. And yes, Zyzix, this is SXT. Viewer description, what's up? Yes, this is the random guy. Yeah, this one's going to be huge. I think this right here, as far as blockchain technology for real world adoption use case, this is going to be better than Link. I mean, it's partnered with Chainlink, but this is what Link is missing. Okay? Off-chain, verifiable data storage that is impenetrable. This is military can use this for like intelligence. Random guy, aka Justin, turned. You're funny, man. I kind of want to ask ChatGPT again about this because this is huge, guys. Everyone's like talking about Zebic right now because Zebic's big, and Zebic could play a role, but Algo and Ondo, same thing kind of here. Real world asset kind of stuff. Zebic's cool, I get it. Can I put Zebic in Ethereum on Ledger? That's a good question. Let's pull up chat. Let's pull up our AI assistant. I do not have the fact checker in today because it's a holiday. So we're using ChatGPT. Not cat, chat. Can I put Zebic in Ethereum on Ledger?
According to Reddit, Ledger hardware wallets don't support Zebec tokens on the Solana network. However, Zebec Network announced support for Ledger wallets on their platform.
So the thing about SXT is it's supported on Ethereum and the Ledger. So it is part of the Ledger. Can you put it in Phantom, or I can put it in Phantom? Is it a question or a statement? For Zebic? NYC, thank you for the goat. TikTok seller, thank you for the 12 swords, the 11 roses, and then another 20 roses. Thank you very much. Let's ask ChatGPT. Can I put Zebic in Phantom?
Yes, you can store Zebec tokens in your Phantom wallet. According to the Zebec Network's documentation, you can connect your Phantom wallet to their platform to manage your tokens.
Look at this. Zebic is a bull flag right now and is about to break out. And I told you earlier what your buy point. We were at 004 and I said buy it, and it's already going up. I snagged some 2 hours ago. You're already in profits. I just bought 500K. 500K coins or 500K in Zebic. Because I'm about to put like 500K into SXT, baby. I can't buy SXT on my exchange. Yeah, you have to go through Ethereum, but you can buy SXT on like Coinbase and other platforms like that. 500K coins got you, bro. But I think Zebic is mostly hype. I think it's cool. It's real world assets. I don't think it's quite mooned yet, though. It's got more in the tank for sure. I think it's going to go to 1 cent. I think Zebic is going to 1 cent, which is amazing. It's just starting to creep up. SXT is on Uphold. Yeah, it's on a few places. Where can I buy SXT space and time?
Yes, you can purchase Space and Time's SXT token. According to Coinbase, you can buy SXT directly on their platform. Additionally, Binance and Bybit also support SXT trading.
Binance and Bybit as well. Oh, my neck. TikTok seller with the 15 roses. Thank you very much. And don't forget to send heart me's, guys. TikTok seller says, I love SXT. I can buy it on all my wallets. Yeah. That's another thing about it is ZBCN is not really listed on many platforms. It's not on any of the major platforms. So when it does get listed on those, it could potentially do more numbers, you know. But until then, I would say it's going to be locked in at around 1 cent. Whereas SXT is a mainstream. This is going to be huge. This is buying Zebic while it was flatlined. This is going to be the big one. I'm feeling hella bullish. I want to buy some right now. Every time I look at SXT, I'm like, I want to buy it. I want to buy it. SXT, baby. It's going to be huge. It's flatlined. All right, let's read some news. MERS says no restrictions on range limits for Ukraine arms as Kiev hit by record drone attacks as it happened. So, here's a picture of some of the damage. The Russian army launched ballistic missiles and a 250 strike drones on Kiev. That's all I'm going to read about it. But yeah, that's still ongoing. And now Ukraine has no limit to where they can attack Russia. So they can actually attack Moscow if they want. Virtual, what's your thoughts on it? Let me get through the news and I got you, Simont. And then here's another one. Is America sleepwalking into World War III? You know, I'm going to go do Simont's question really quick, and then we're going to watch this video, okay? Let me get to it. What can you tell me about virtual cryptocurrency?
Virtual cryptocurrency refers to digital or virtual forms of money that exist only in electronic form. It is not issued by a central authority like traditional currency, fiat money, but instead operates on decentralized networks, typically using blockchain technology for security. The most well-known virtual cryptocurrencies are Bitcoin, Ethereum, and others like Litecoin, Cardano, or Solana. Virtual cryptocurrencies can be used for various purposes, including online purchases, investment, and transferring funds across borders without relying on banks. They can also be traded on crypto exchanges. One of the key features of virtual cryptocurrencies is their decentralization. This means no...
What's the ticker on this one? What can you tell me about virtual on the Kraken network?
Kraken is a cryptocurrency exchange that offers a...
No. What's the ticker on virtual? It's a protocol, right? What can you tell me about virtual protocol?
Virtual's protocol is a decentralized infrastructure designed to enable AI agents to operate autonomously within blockchain networks. It allows for the creation, deployment, and management of AI agents that can interact with various blockchain protocols and perform complex tasks without human intervention. The protocol's primary innovation lies in its ability to create and manage autonomous AI agents that can own assets, execute transactions, and provide services within the decentralized ecosystem. These agents are powered by sophisticated AI models and operate within defined parameters while maintaining security and transparency through blockchain technology.
This is virtual. This looks hella bullish. This is an ascending triangle pattern, which is very bullish. When it pumps hard. So this one will definitely see $3. And I would imagine it flags there and goes all the way, getting close to $4 on this one. There's no ticker. It's just virtual protocol. XRP looks bullish. And that's more long-term. XRP is in a descending channel, which is bullish, which means it could pump to about 250 just based off of its pattern it's in now. It was a bit of a diamond bottom here, but it broke structure, and now it's in this descending channel. Either way, the XRP is turning bullish. Everything kind of looks bullish except for like certain ones, but they could definitely break structure if everything else breaks structure or is bullish and goes bullish. I'm leaning towards bullish right now, okay? I think people are desensitized to tariffs. I think they're desensitized to war. They're desensitized to everything. They don't care that the cost of living is up and groceries. They don't care about any of this stuff anymore. What they care about is they want the market to pump because they need the money. So it doesn't matter. They are feeding into the moon cheese right now. So I am bullish. You know what? We're going green. The green light's on. We're bullish, and I'm turning up the brightness. Full bright green right now. We're bullish. Everything's red today, but I'm feeling bullish as hell right now. You should be buying. If you're looking at XRP, I would imagine it could potentially go lower, but it could not. But I'd say it's in A, B, C. So it's probably going to move down a little lower. I think 223. I think 223 on this one. But it could potentially already have hit its bottom at 227. So, but yeah, I'm bullish, man. And if you're not into XRP, you haven't been watching the show long enough, you should have got in at 163. That was the entry point. We all know TikTok Seller got in there. Congratulations to you on sniping that price point at 163. I was screaming at the top of my lungs for months. 163 was it. That was the price to get in at. But yeah, everything looks bullish. Even SXT, baby. It's running flat and hasn't done anything. This is what you want to see. SXT. Zebic looks like a bull flag. Look, Zebic's about to break up right now. Hold on. Let me adjust this here. Okay. Zebic is breaking up out of it right now. I think Zebic's about to see some big green candles right now. Those long-term wicks is why we're here. Yes, this isn't about today or tomorrow. You know, this is about long-term, smart money buys, okay? If you're looking to make 30 trades a day to pick up, whatever, that's gambling. This ain't gambling. This is smart investment. We're investors here. How would the military incorporate SXT? That's a good question. How would the military use SXT, space and time?
SXT, space and time technology, which focuses on decentralized data storage and computational capabilities, could potentially be leveraged by military operations for various strategic purposes. Though the exact military applications would depend on how the technology is utilized, here are a few potential use cases. 1. Secure data storage. The military could use decentralized and secure data storage solutions like SXT to protect critical intelligence, reducing the risk of data breaches or cyber attacks that could target centralized systems. Blockchain technology ensures the integrity of the data, preventing unauthorized access or tampering. 2. Real-time data processing. Space and time's ability to process data efficiently and in real time could be applied to military intelligence operations, such as satellite imagery analysis or sensor data from drones and reconnaissance systems. This could improve decision-making and operational responses during missions. 3. Cross-agency collaboration. The decentralized nature of SXT could enable various military branches or allied nations to securely share intelligence, collaborate on operations, providing access to data without a central point of failure or vulnerability. 4. Predictive analytics. With its ability to process large data sets, SXT could be used to develop predictive models for military strategies, logistics, and operational effectiveness. This could aid in forecasting enemy movements, battlefield conditions, or supply chain needs. 5. Supply chain management. SXT's robust data management capabilities could be used to track and verify military supply chains, ensuring authenticity and transparency in the movement of critical resources, such as equipment, ammunition, or food supplies. The military would likely be interested in these capabilities to enhance security, speed, and operational effectiveness in complex environments. However, the specific adoption would depend on the integration of such technologies within their existing systems and on regulatory or security requirements.
So, it's a speculative thing about the military using it. Is this a baby planter? Yeah, Zebic broke out. Zebic's taken off. SXT has only been on the market since May 8th. It is a baby. It is flatlined, and it's going to do crazy. It's going to at least do 50 cents this bull run. This one is brand spanking new, and it's near its bottom. We're going to brag to everyone when it sends, yeah, agreed, SXT, baby. SXT has major potential. Major potential. The fact that it has military capability. Think about it like this, okay? SXT is decentralized information off blockchain. Think about that. It's partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink. This is huge. This is massive. Keep flatlining. I want to accumulate more. I agree. Look, it's already starting to turn green. I should have bought some. I should have just put the chat on hold. Man. This is about to take off too, guys. This is about to take off. Oh, good. It's going red. We want red right now because I want to buy at the low, and I was going to buy it at 11.7 when I told you guys. I was like, all right, I'm going to buy it at 11.7. I think it has potential to come back down again. But look at that. That's beautiful. But this is a descending channel. This is going to pump. This is going to pump back up, man. Baby PLTR. It's a stock? I don't know what that is. Zyzix, what is that? Plantier. All right, I'll look into it. Let's look at it. Let me tell you right now, I just feel bullish about everything right now. I feel it. The green light is on. So it's a stock. What's the ticker on that one? PLTR. Oh. Planter Technologies Incorporated. I can't really tell if I don't think this is the right chart, and it's the only one that comes up. Let me try writing the whole name. It keeps coming up in crypto. I think TradingView. Yeah, this is the only one coming up, and the chart looks funky. Maybe it's because it's hella volatile. I gotta use like 4x or something for that. I'm gonna look into doing the show for stocks as well. But let me tell you right now, Lockheed Martin, LMT, you better be buying that one. You better be buying LMT. If you're in the stock market too, you better be buying LMT, guys. I cannot stress it. It is still at the bottom. These things are about to go crazy. I think the whole market's about to go crazy. Was this a bull trap? Maybe this is why. No. No, that would be right. I think it's just filling orders, that's all. It's still out. But let me tell you what, if this one doesn't break its all-time high, it'll double top and come down. It'll head and shoulders, and it'll come back down to the bottom. It could be losing its hype. Keep that in mind. I don't think so yet, though. I don't think this one's lost its hype yet. All right, let's see here. think we had some news. Let's watch this video here.
I am Jacob Heilbrunn, the editor of the National Interest, and it's my great pleasure today to welcome our two speakers, Michael Kimmage and George Beebe, to our session on Is America Sleepwalking into World War III? I stole the title from a recent piece in the American Conservative by George O'Neill, who argued that America, in standing up for Ukraine, is in fact jeopardizing its own national security and replicating the very mistakes that led to World War I, when we were promised, in Europe at least, that the war would be over quickly, and then it devolved into a crusade for democracy by Woodrow Wilson that created huge disillusionment in the United States and led to the rise of isolationism in the 1920s and the 1930s on both the left and the right in America.
Double tap. We're at 88K. Let's get to 100K.
Another piece should serve as fodder as well, and somewhat in the same vein. The Quincy Institute, where George is Director of National Security Studies, features a piece by Robert W. Mary, my predecessor at the National Interest, who singles out Woodrow Wilson as the cause for America's lurch into the Iraq War, and argues that Wilsonianism can again bring us to grief. The same kind of disillusionment that occurred after Iraq may well occur in Ukraine. And he ends with, beware the siren song of Wilsonism. Our other speaker today is Michael Kimmage of the Catholic University of America, where he is chairman of the history department. I would like to begin by querying George. Are Bob and George O'Neill correct that we're sleeping into World War III? Or, on the other hand, is there a realist case for arguing that we should, in fact, stand by Ukraine, not just in terms of morality, but in terms of maintaining a balance of power in Europe, which has, in fact, been the chief American aspiration since the end of World War II?
Double tap,
George,
everybody.
please take it away.
Tap.
Well, my answer would be sort of. I do think that the influence of Woodrow Wilson and Wilsonian thinking is a factor in how the United States has handled the situation over the past several decades, really, in Europe and in Ukraine. I do think that there is a danger, although it's far from inevitable, that we could sleepwalk into a direct confrontation with Russia that will be very difficult to control, to prevent it from escalating into a very, very dangerous confrontation. That said, I don't think the problem in Europe is an imbalance of power. You know, the United States, I think quite rightly, for decades and decades, has believed that it is a vital national interest of the United States to make sure that no hostile power can dominate Europe. And I think the same thing applies to Asia as well. And so it is in the interest of the United States to make sure that no hostile power can dominate the European continent. That said, I don't think we're in danger of that. The Russians have had an enormous amount of difficulty simply conquering and controlling territory directly on their border, where they enjoy the benefits of very short supply lines, a great deal of intelligence, familiarity with the culture, the terrain, with the enemy, which has largely been fighting with equipment that is Soviet origin, at least for much of this war. And nonetheless, they've not been able to get very far. They're essentially bogged down in a very, very slow, very, very costly war of attrition there. And to imagine that the Russians could dominate the European continent, where they face a NATO alliance, which vastly outnumbers them, and has an economy with that dwarfs Russia, that has military technology that greatly outmatches Russia. That is very difficult to imagine anytime soon. So what the United States is fighting for in Ukraine is not to prevent Russia from dominating the European continent and thereby threatening American vital national interests. There's something else that's really motivating us. Now, do I think it is in the American interest to make sure that Russia cannot resubjugate Ukraine, conquer the vast bulk of Ukrainian territory, capture Kiev, put in place a pro-Russian government there? Yes, I do. And we have been quite effective in preventing Russia from achieving that objective. Do I think that it is vital for the United States to make sure that Ukraine expels Russian forces from all of captured Ukrainian territory, including Crimea? No, I don't. In fact, I think the pursuit of that would raise the chances of exactly that World War III kind of scenario that you mentioned in your introduction. I don't think that that is very likely attainable, and the effort to try to achieve that objective, I think, would greatly increase the chances of a direct military confrontation with Russia. So I think the United States needs to have objectives that are realistic in this war. And I think we've already achieved one of them, which is to make sure the Russians can't resubjugate Ukraine. So I'll leave it at that.
Michael, what is your view of this matter?
Well, let me start with one of the things that the word sleepwalking evokes in my mind, which is just a small historical data point, but it evokes the great book by Christopher Clark about World War I and the sort of zombie-like way in which the great powers in World War I got into a conflict way beyond what they could imagine, and that proved enormously destructive. And that book was read by Angela Merkel. I think it was 2014. I'm not quite sure what the German translation of it came out. And she actually hosted an event somewhere in Berlin where Christopher Clark was the featured speaker. And one of the conclusions that she drew from that book was that there's no military solution to the dilemma of Ukraine. And when I look back on that, it's sort of a season when everybody is very critical of Angela Merkel, it does make me worry a little bit about the framing and the motif of sleepwalking, and even the framing and the motif of the First World War as a guide to this current conflict. Clearly, it has global dimensions, the current conflict, and there's a lot that's out of our control, and there's a lot, as George has outlined, that's deeply worrisome about the war. And I guess in all of those ways, it sort of brings back the memory of the First World War. But to maybe mount a defense of Biden administration policy in quasi-Wilsonian terms, and Wilsonian is not a very definite adjective, but it does seem to me that one of the things Wilson identified in the wake of the First World War is the importance of nation states throughout Europe maintaining their integrity and sovereignty. And I think that's one of the reasons why the train station in Prague is named after Woodrow Wilson to this day, his sort of defense of that notion. And, I'll just sort of leave what George said about balance of power because I think it's very instructive, but focus on something of a different issue, that from a U.S. policy perspective, the sort of integrity of sovereign and independent European nation states, which has never been perfect, is a very, very important issue and is very, very important agenda. And when you place that against the radicalism of Putin vis-a-vis Ukraine, you have the dilemma that we see. So, we can discuss end games a little bit later on and sort of military tactics and alliance diplomacy and all of that. But the sort of core commitment to the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine, to the extent that it can be, sort of maximized, makes a lot of sense in that respect. And so you can kind of see the Wilsonian framework there having a certain amount of integrity. But I would go very cautiously with the sleepwalking images. They're worth paying attention to, but they can also, in a certain way, if it's about zombies, they can sort of zombify us to a degree as observers of these events.
It's also the question whether Clark's thesis was even correct, but that's a whole nother kettle of fish that we're not going to get into.
Oh, we are definitely going
I have
into
a question from Paul Starobin, who is a veteran Russia watcher. And he alludes to Xi Jinping's current visit to Moscow and asks, can China play a constructive role in a peaceful settlement? It seems like the Western view that China is simply there to back up Russia is correct. Is it correct or not? George?
Well, I think one's answer to this question really depends on one's attitude toward what a settlement ought to look like.
Not our first galaxy. No.
There are many in the West that believe that the only viable settlement, the only acceptable settlement, is one in which Russia gains nothing from its invasion of Ukraine. That in fact it must disgorge any territory that it has conquered since February of 2022,
go back to the heartbeat and
that a settlement that does not provide for that is not acceptable and not viable.
And click the claim.
And if you're looking at Chinese involvement in this and asking, will China facilitate that kind of settlement? I think the answer is no. It will not, it cannot. The Russians will simply not accept a situation where they must return to February 2022 borders in Ukraine. And there are many that believe that that Russia needs to leave Crimea as well, and all of the Donbass that was not held by Ukraine prior to this invasion. I don't think that's a viable basis for a settlement. I think the only way the Russians would accept something like that would be, a complete military defeat and replacement of Putin by some, more Western-oriented leadership. And I don't think that's at all likely in the foreseeable future.
And the only way that's happening is if
the other
World War
question
III
would be,
happens.
could China facilitate some kind of compromise settlement in which both Ukraine and Russia made concessions in the interests of finding some sort of modus vivendi? In that regard, I think China could potentially play a constructive role. The Chinese do have considerable leverage over Russia right now. Putin's invasion has so alienated the West that he has no geopolitical alternatives other than turning to China. He's highly dependent on China for political support, but also economic support. And that means that I don't think Putin is in a position to stiff arm the Chinese altogether. And if they urge that he make some concessions, not withdrawing altogether from Ukraine, I don't think they would ask that, and there's no way he would accept that. But short of that sort of thing, I think the Chinese are in a position to encourage Russian concessions and also to incentivize some Russian concessions. There's a lot that they could do that would make a compromise more appealing for the Russians than it would otherwise be. The Chinese also have some leverage over the Ukrainians, but it's more in negative leverage than it is in positive. I think the Ukrainians realize that China is a variable in this war that could be decisive. If the Chinese were hypothetically to really throw significant military support behind Russia, that could enable the Russians to do things on the battlefield that they're currently not able to do. Right now, the Russians can't win this war. They can maybe gradually take control of the territories that they have annexed but don't yet possess. But there's no way that they can really drive Ukraine into surrendering and give up the capital, et cetera, et cetera. If China were involved in this war, that picture might change. And what that does, I think, is incentivize Ukraine not to reject Chinese involvement in this, at least nominally to play along with the Chinese role in a peace process. And if the Ukrainians were to become convinced over time that the United States is either unwilling or unable to deliver either a victory on the battlefield or to bring Russia around to some sort of compromise settlement, then I think the Ukrainians might look at Chinese involvement in a little bit different light. So I wouldn't rule out that the Chinese, can in fact carve out a role as peacemaker. Not that there's any imminent probability of a deal, but I think the Chinese have a pretty decent chance of carving out a role in a process that's going to take a long time. And it's not at all out of the question that they might be able to orchestrate some sort of compromise settlement in time. We'll have to see.
Michael, do you think that Putin is receptive to any kind of settlement and that the Chinese would be able to facilitate it?
Well, let me add one point to the points that George made, which is that China is going to play an enormous role in the reconstruction of Ukraine, just by virtue of the resources it has and by virtue of the regional interests it has. We sometimes in the West speak of a sort of Marshall Plan as if it's still the 1940s and we're the only game in town, but we're not. And that's an important factor above and beyond how the war ends and whether there's a negotiated settlement, and that would be worth sort of factoring into our diplomatic thinking in the present tense. But I think in terms of a negotiated settlement, we're very, very, very far from that at the present moment. The annexation of the 4 oblasts in the southern part of Ukraine that Russia pursued.
All right, I'm going to stop this video. Basically, the sentiment to get from this video got a little bit boring there. I didn't watch the whole thing before. It is interesting. So if you want to check out this video and watch the rest of it, that's going to be at cftni.org. Okay? And the it's going to be a Center for National Interest, okay? And it's going to say, is America sleepwalking into World War III? I'm going to finish watching this, but I believe, when was the date on this one? This is I think it's an older video, but the reason I pulled this up is this is the sentiment of what people were thinking, and all of their points that they were saying are happening, and they continue. And so I do think we are sleepwalking into a World War III scenario. I think we're already in it. The tariffs is the first step, I think. Obviously, the Russia-Ukraine war, the Pakistan-India war, the Israel and Palestine war, it's all part of it. We're literally at odds with Mexico and Canada right now. What's happening with the tariffs right now is lines are being drawn in the sand. Tariffs are to build up our military. I agree. We cannot go to war right now. We do not have the oil reserves. Do you guys remember under the Biden administration, Biden kept putting out our oil reserves and it didn't change the price of gas. It didn't lower it. It didn't keep it from going higher, but we kept putting it out. And literally the amounts we were putting out, millions of barrels, okay, every single day. And it wasn't even, we're talking about enough fuel to, each time they tapped into the reserve, it was only enough fuel to power the United States for gasoline purposes for like a day. It wasn't even like a week. It's like one day every time they would do this. So we've completely depleted our strategic reserves for oil. That's why they're like drill, baby, drill. That's why they're trying to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America so that they can drill offshore. Because if we go to war, we have like our Navy and our Air Force is why we have a strong military, and we don't have the fuel to put in the planes. We don't have the fuel to put in the aircraft carriers. We don't have the fuel to put in the boats. So that is a big problem. And us going into World War III right now is not looking good for us. Why do you think we're making deals with Syria and Saudi Arabia and all this stuff is going on? It's about oil, man. We have to get a deal on some oil, and we got to do it now. Because if we do go into a hot war, we're cooked right now. And hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I think we're sleepwalking into it. It's happening. Every single thing that keeps happening is getting us there. All right, we are at 95K likes. This is awesome. Let's go back. Yeah, SXT turned a bit bullish right here. Look at it. It moved from 11.6 all the way to 12. So that's a good jump for SXT right there. But that's just basic movement. It hasn't really broken out, but it is in a descending channel. This is a bullish pattern it's forming. It's going to pump again. Is it going to go to all-time highs? I don't know. But if it gains traction, it will. But this is one that's in accumulation. I think right about where it's at, like around 11 cents here. Anywhere between 11 and 10 is good. Good buy. Buy it up. Rusty Spoke says, make America great again. All right. I say, make the world great again. I don't know if the world ever was great. But let's make the world great. Look at this. See this massive pump we got? This was Tuesday. We bought in here. I told you all about it when it was coming down right here. I said, hey, this one's coming down. This one's the one to buy right here. We got in down here at 10.5. And then the next day, boom, it took off. We did great. The fact that this pumped like this shows me that this has massive potential. It's just new. What happened is, the reason why it didn't moon is, look at all the people that bought the top. This was the pre-sale. It came out pre-sale at like 14 cents. So every time it gets to that point, a lot of the people that bought it at pre-sale were like, shit, I bought it at the top, and it comes up and they're looking to get out of it. But what I see is something so new that has so much potential. This could be big, man. This could be a very big one. So I'm going to keep watching it. And I'm going to keep accumulating on it. But look, it's flatlined. Even with that nice green candle we just got, that's great. But it's an accumulation. And I would say that this could, because it's consolidated right here between 11 and 12, this could become the new bottom. And I think that's likely. Yes, it will dip down lower again. But yeah, I would say around 11 to 10 cents is going to be where you're going to want to make sure you're definitely buying. But it may not go down that low again. The new bottom could be at 11.5. Big Baller says, I hope we see peace in my lifetime. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I hope so too. But look at this thing. It's flatlined. If you were to look at this one like ZBCN is, you go into the 1 day, ain't nothing there. It ain't even done nothing. It's flatlined. It's flatlined, baby. This is what it would look like. Because let's say it's probably going to go to $1. 50 cents to $1. All right, it's flat. All right, what else were we talking about? Zebic. Yeah, let's look at Zebic. Zebic got hit hard, man. Let me tell you what happened right now is a lot of people bought the top on Zebic. They FOMO'd in up here. It dropped down, and it's coming up, and they're like, I better just get out of this thing. But this is a hella bullish. I think this is not an indication that it's over, but I think if it drops below 0046, 0045, it's cooked. I'm about to throw all my stocks into Lockheed Martin. War is coming. I agree. Lockheed Martin, baby, is going to go big, man. Thank you, Big Baller, for being my exit liquidity. Just kidding, bro. It's at the bottom right now. I'm holding that shit for like 30 years. I'm going to hold that one for a long time, baby. Lockheed Martin ain't going nowhere. We're getting the bottom of a defense contract. Yeah, I told you guys. I told you, like, if you had listened in the show, like, back in April, man, you could have bought the low bottom. Yeah, I'm all about Lockheed Martin right now. That one's going to do big. I'm probably going to go buy some more. Yep, told you in April. Told you in April when it dipped. It dipped hard and it came down to the price that near where I bought it at. And I was like, I got to tell everybody. I got to tell them. Because I didn't want you guys to buy the top on something, you know, because it had moved up. And I was like, okay, this should retrace. I didn't want you guys to FOMO in on something too early. But yeah, that one is headed up. That thing crashed because Donald Trump got elected. And I was like, I'm buying this. One thing's for certain is there will always be Lockheed Martin with defense contracts. Let me tell you this. Even if we don't go to war, we're still building the Golden Dome. They're still upgrading all their systems. And they're still going to use missiles for like tests and all kinds of stuff. Like they're going to need it, man. We sell our rockets to Israel for the Iron Dome. So Lockheed Martin's going to make the missiles for Israel. Like, there ain't going to be no peace over there anytime soon. Like, come on, man. You got at least 5 years before anything real happens. Like, and by then it's going to be huge. So, yeah, that's one to check out for sure. What time is it? Oh, it's almost time. All right, guys, smash that like button. We're at 97K. Let's get to 100K. Let's get to 100K. Start double tapping. Still cutting Medicare and food for children. Yeah. I know. We can afford bombs, but we can't afford healthcare. We can't afford education. It's a real shame. All right, I'm going to pin this. This is what we need, guys. I just pinned the goal. I need those goals. Help me reach that goal right there. We need 20 of those hearts. Who's got me with 20 of these hearts right here? I just pinned it. Help me out. We got to meet this goal of 20 hearts every single live in order to stay in the lead boards. We're like, oh man, I need you guys so bad. We could win this thing. That's how close it is. We could win and be the #1 show for this summer. That would just completely explode the show. This would be the best thing that you could do to help support the show right now, is to help me meet this goal of the 20 hearts. Maybe one of you feels inclined to just send all 20 of them. I don't know. That would be a little bit of change, like $40, you know, but help with that. And don't forget, if you want to send a donation and you don't know where to send it to, send me a direct message and I'll send you the Cash App and Venmo and PayPal. But remember, 50% of all donations today go to the saveawarrior.org. for Memorial Day. We are supporting our veterans and first responders. So please send in a donation today, and let's raise some money for this fund. We raised $75 last time. $75. Let's do that again. Let's surpass that goal. Let's meet new highs. So if you want to know that information, where to send it, if you haven't seen it yet or already don't know, haven't sent a donation yet, send me a direct message. Say, hey, I want to send a donation. I'll send you the information so you can get that. But after midnight, it cuts off. TikTok seller with the hearts. Thank you very much. We got one. We gotta meet this goal here. Help me out, guys. Let's put on a little bit of music for this. Help me meet these goals, guys. Let's raise some money for our veterans today. Let's keep this show alive. Let's help pay the staff here. Let's keep the fact checker employed. We need the IT guy. We need the fact checker for sure. Gotta have it. I can do the journalism on my own, but I like having no echo chambers. So that's why we have right wing, left wing, and center line investigative journalists, so that way we can break echo chambers that way. But the fact checker, man, we cannot lay her off. We need the fact checker so bad. I don't want to use ChatGPT. Y'all saw her in the chat. She was not happy about ChatGPT right now. She's like, I've been replaced by AI. And I think the AI is subpar. Having a real human looking up these things and fact checking them in real time is vital to what this show is. Because that's what we're here to do, is to fact check. We're truth seekers. We're looking for the truth here. And remember, guys, if you can't give, no problem. Just start hitting the like button. Don't make TikTok seller do it all by himself. Thank you so much, TikTok seller, for all your help. And remember, if you need any products off the TikTok shop, make sure you reach out to TikTok seller 444. Send him a follow, send him a message, and tell him what products you're looking for. And he's going to be able to get you a better discount than anything you're going to find on TikTok shop. So I know y'all are buying stuff on TikTok shop. Make sure you get it through him. You're going to support a young kid, 18 years old, grinding and hustling every single day and day trading at the same time. And you're going to get an amazing discount. So it's a win-win for everybody. Don't forget to do that. And don't forget, Big Baller has got Beer Gator. Don't miss out on getting your Beer Gator. You can put it into Google, Beer Gator. That's an awesome product. I would be happy to promote that product. I think it's really cool. It's a lot of fun. And I'm thinking commercial, bro. I'm thinking we need to make a Beer Gator commercial. As you know, I'm an audio video engineer. I'm a videographer. I have all the equipment, man. We need to film a commercial. We need to do something, and we can play it on here. I'll post it on my site. We can make an official Beer Gator TikTok. I'm down. I'm really excited about Beer Gator, man. You got me hyped. You got me hyped for sure. So I'm excited about it. Make sure you guys check that out. Beer Gator coming soon. I want one. I'll tell you what right now. I want one. Even if you don't drink beer, like, you can put soda in it and stuff. That's awesome. Juice. Oh, so cool. I love that product. And I was wondering like how it worked, and then now that I've seen it, and it's like CO2 charged with the little dude, that is just phenomenal. Kudos to you. You are one smart cookie, man. All right, guys, we got to meet this hearts here. We got to get these hearts coming in. I really need to meet this goal. We've got 2 out of 20. I really need to meet 20 of these every single live. I know it's a lot to ask, but we got to do it. Big Baller, I saw you just came in. We gave you a shout out for Beer Gator. Is there anything you want to tell us about Beer Gator or where we can reach out to get it? Appreciate you, brother. I'm all in, buddy. I'm about it. Zyzix with the hearts. Thank you very much. I have a website being ramped up right now. Even 100K, even on a slow day. I know, right? Look at Natix, might be a good one. Got you, buddy. And don't forget, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Become a subscriber. Help support the show. With a subscription, you can message me directly for one-on-one coaching about any project you like. So become a deluxe subscriber. And as a basic subscriber, you get access to my daily price points. They're mainly focused around XRP, but we are branching out to other projects as well. That's mainly for our group projects, what we're covering in here. But if you want individual technical analysis on demand, coaching on how to do your trades, whatever, I'm not going to tell you exactly what to do, but I can coach you in the right direction. I cannot say buy in at this point, get out at that point. I can't do that. But what I can do is I can tell you what I think and what I see and where I think it could potentially go. And it's up to you to make those decisions on your own. But hint, hint, wink, wink, you know what to do. Gotcha. Natix Network. I'm headed to China and I'll keep you all updated on the Beer Gator channel. We are a family. And I'm excited to be a part of that family, man. Ooh, this one looks like it's mooned, bro. This one looks like it's mooned. Natix, let's go into the 1 hour. So this looks like everything else. This is an ascending, broadening. I'd say it's more just an ascending channel. This is bearish. It could break out. I think it might got one more in the tank, one more pump out of it, possibly, or it breaks down from here. But it also just depends on the moon cheese, man. But this one, I think it's got a potential to come up to 0016. Or if it continues to hug this bottom line going up, it could potentially fall down and it would come to 0013 just for starters. And it could consolidate at that zone and then head and shoulders and come down to the low price of 0011. But yeah, this one, definitely interesting. Look at what it's done. There's definitely a sentiment behind it. But also take into consideration, see how each one of these tips is a little lower than the last. I'd say that this one's potentially hit its top and is coming back down and would see a new lower low. 0049, 0005, 0005 if it's done. It would take some time. That's more long term. That would be August. It says correlates to the Tesla stock. Interesting. This one's a bit volatile too. And don't forget to send in those hearts, guys. We got to get 20 of these babies. We've got to get to 20, man. We are so close. We're going to win this competition. If we can get 20 of these hearts every single live for like, I don't know, for a while, I guess while the competition's going on, we're going to win. We're in 88th place right now, and we have been holding pretty strong in that. And I would imagine we would move up if we meet it today. Plus, we have an advantage. We go live every single day of the week. A lot of creators only can go live on the weekend, their days off. This is what we do. Zell Shops, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. Appreciate the heart me's. Also help me reach the goal here. We need the hearts. Send me some hearts, guys. And the heart me's help as well. They're not as many points. But the hearts is really, really good for the show. TikTok seller with a heart. Yeah. Hey, it's a new day on TikTok. So everybody that already sent a heart me can now send a heart me again. So you got a second opportunity to send heart me's. So if you sent a heart me, it's only 1 penny. And don't forget, if you sent a heart me, and you've sent things, you can claim your rewards. So when you send the heart me, you get rewarded for that. So you're going to get extra points and things, and it's going to help the show. And I believe you get coins that you can send. TikTok seller with a heart me, thank you very much. Send in those heart me's, guys. It's only 1 cent. It's only 1. TikTok seller with a popular vote times 4. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, buddy. I appreciate you very much, young man. So yeah, send in those heart me's, baby. You know what? I don't think we're gonna meet this goal. So I'm gonna pin the heart me because we are in a new time. Send in those heart me's, guys. Heart me's is the goal. Help me reach the goal. I'm feeling bullish though, guys. I'm feeling bullish. You know me. My sentiment changes as everything else changes. I am not tied into one idea. I'm looking for the truth. And I think SXT, baby. Send in those heart me's, guys. Let's look at ZBCN.
Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
We got to 100K likes, guys. Awesome. Thank you so much for all your likes and your gifts today. And don't forget, if you want to send a donation, 50% of all donations today will go to saveawarrior.org. Let's give to our veterans and first responders and thank them for their service. So if you need that information, the Cash App and Venmo, just reach out to me, send me a direct message, and I'll tell you where to send it to.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money.
Algo will be the future. I agree. I think algo is going to be everything. Oh, and don't forget, we've got merch. We've got hoodies, we've got women's and men's shirts, we've got mugs, we've got stickers. I'll tell you what, I like this one's cool, but I like this sticker right here. Look at this one. When Ripple hints at another escrow unlock, say goodbye to your gains. I love this sticker, man. Pick up one of these, guys. These are fun, man. You got to promote your merch more often. Yeah, I'm doing it every live now. I'm trying not to be too much about promotions and stuff. By the way, we want to give a special thanks to Sweetwater and DJI. Thank you for all the amazing equipment we have here. Sweetwater supplied us with our Rode mics, cables, and audio interface, and DJI with our on-the-go mics. We got our DJI gimbal, and we got our DJI lavalier mics for when we're on the road. So special thanks to them. I'm trying to make it less commercial, though. I don't want it to be a show full of ads. It's about technical analysis and the news, you know what I mean? And I want to stick to that and not rely on having to do ads. That's why I'm like, do the donations. As long as we're receiving donations, it's not going to be full of a bunch of ads, and it's going to be a better show if it's not a bunch of ads. So, I'm hoping that we can be supported by each other instead of, having to do the ad stuff. Are you filming the public interviews in Vegas? Yes. I'm kind of waiting on that one. I'm putting something together. I don't know if it's going to work out being a show, but they'll probably be more like segments that I edit together and turn into something. It's still kind of in a beta phase right now, but I also want to have the equipment so that way when I'm at the Angels game or I'm doing something, I can still do the live and we can still do the show and do the TA and everything. But I'll have the Nintendo Switch for the TA while I'm out and about doing the live. So we'll go back to our roots on that one. But that one's still kind of in a beta phase. I'm working on a few different shows right now. Throw it on YouTube, maybe throw clips of it on TikTok. That's the plan. The plan is for that to be on the channel, but that way it's not just the live show, but there's also to it the interviews and investigative journalism and all that. And we'll just kind of see how it evolves, just like how this show evolved, you know. A lot happened with this show very quickly, and I think the same will come from that one, you know. So we'll just take it one day at a time and see how it all goes. How do you guys like the picture in the background? I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's a guy standing on the moon. I felt like we were getting bullish, and I wanted to wait to put it up until I felt like we were going to the moon. And I feel like that sentiment is back. So I got the moon up there. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling bullish. I'm feeling bullish. I really am. And I know you're not used to hearing that from me, but even XRP is showing bullish signs. Now, is it going to do craziness? No. But I think it's about to pump, and it could potentially go to 450. That's what I'm thinking, 450, baby. If we don't drop over these next 2 months and we just continue upward from here, we're going to 450. That's cool. I'm good with that, you know. but let's be realistic about it. There's a possibility that it doesn't. But I think the moon cheese will keep it going up. But I think in real world use case on a global scale, between $1 and $2 is where it's going to be valued at. And I think that's kind of why every time the news comes out, they put out a certain kind of news to keep the market pumped up above $2. I think they're trying to build a solid foundation of a $2 price mark for XRP. That's what I think they're trying to do, because it's in Ripple's best interest to keep it up above $2 so that when they sell off their XRP every month, they're getting a decent amount of money for it. They're making up for lost time. You know, they went years without getting any pumps because they're behind. So I think that it has to do with like when Brad came out and put this out right before the Fed came, because we were going to drop down to that 163 much sooner. Much sooner. And they've been keeping the price propped up. Keeping it propped up. But we shall see. I think that this could very well be the bear trap. I think this could be the bear trap, and we would continue. Let's see here. Let's mark it out. We would continue up. It's going to make me do this. You know what? No, it's not. I'm not ready to take the ghost away. Brad had to make up news because Trump didn't. Exactly. That's why they're trying to acquire Circle right now when it's not even for sale, and they're stuck in a contract with Coinbase where they can't sell it. I think if XRP does come down more, there's a potential that it inverted head and shoulders. I know it seems like that's all it ever wants to do. I think it comes up and does something like this. And that would be $2.80 to $3. I think probably closer to $3. And then flag from here. All-time high. Flag from there. Consolidate maybe. Boom. I could see that happening. But is it going to $11? No. It's going to do something though, but I think 280 is going to happen. That's what I think. I think 280 is a great spot. 260 to 280, you should be taking profits at about 260, 265, and you should be taking profits at 280. You should be taking profits at $3. You should be taking profits at 315 and 330. And after that, if it breaks all-time high, I would be waiting to take profits at $4, $4.50, $5, and I would say probably $4.80, $4.95, and then if it passes that, I would say $5.50-ish, $6. But yeah, it could do $8. It could, but that would be because of moon cheese. You know, I don't think it'll hold that price. It'll come back down. Flags to elevate. That's my Wyckoff says. Yeah. So Wyckoff says that we would do up to about 450. That's what Wyckoff says. That's where I get that number from. By the way, I know I don't use Wyckoff, but I do use Wyckoff when we're going into uncharted territory. I will consider it so that way I get an idea of where that high is going to be at, and we're not just spitballing, throwing things at the wall. XRP has so much going for it. I can't believe it's so low. 2030, if we don't blow ourselves up. Well, I mean, really, XRP doesn't have a lot going for it. That's the problem is, you know, not even considering the case, considering that the entire world is shifting to CBDCs and stablecoins. Think about it. Why do you think that they are making stablecoin legislation right now and not even worrying about legislation on whether or not these are securities or commodities? Because they already know that doesn't matter. That's not the direction they're headed. They're headed the stablecoin route. They're headed CBDCs. That's why I'm like RWAs, man. Get into RWAs because that will actually be a token that will be utilized because they will be backed by real world assets. I know I'm just trying because I thought I bought it at 13 cents and I don't want to sell it yet. I would definitely be taking profits though, man. I took profits. I exited the market. I've been buying it at those prices too, man. I get it, but you got to be taking profits at some point. I understand that you're hoping for it to go. I think I'm getting bullish. I think we'll go to 450. Management's telling me it's time. End of the show. I don't need that kind of money. I know. I'm okay with where I'm at. I don't have any bills. I don't have any car payments. I don't have a mortgage. I don't have anything. I pay for electricity, internet, my cell phone, Hulu. That's the only bills that I have. Everything else I make is like play money. So I'm good. I'm set. I'll be fine. That's why I'm not greedy, you know? I'm like, whatever. I understand everyone's in a different situation, but it's not real unless you take profits. If you are just going to hold it and wait till you're a billionaire, wait till you're a millionaire, wait for all these things, you'll end up like me, like I did back in 2017 with XRP and not take any profits because I thought it wouldn't come down. Why would I take profits? We're going to the fucking moon and it's going to stay there. You know, and that's just not how it works. Trade so you can pay off Hulu. I'm trading so that I can buy Hulu. That's why I'm trading. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I want to own it. I don't want to have to pay for it. I like owning everything that I have, you know? I want, you know, I would say my biggest bill is gas money. Having to pay to put gas in the tank. But because I don't have any car payments or nothing, I got a V8 in the Corvette, and it's still cheaper than having a car payment because people got to pay their car payment and put gas in the tank, you know? So it's still cheaper. I can drive around with the AC on. All right, everybody. Thank you, fam. Have a good night. Hey, Tyler Rose, thank you, man. And don't forget, smash that like button, obviously, but subscribe to the channel. Tyler Rose, I see you. Adriana Martinez, how you doing? Become subscribers. Okay? As a deluxe subscription, you can message me directly and I can coach you, help you set up your wallets, whatever it is you need. Just message me. And if you are a subscriber, make sure you send me your email and get set up with the email alert system. Also, if you have signed up for the email alert system and you haven't received your welcome letter yet or any messages, you need to reach out to me because there could be, I could have put in the wrong email. You could have sent it to me, the wrong email. You should get a welcome letter. It could be in your spam folder. Well, Adriana, how you doing? Thank you for the sword. Much appreciated. TikTok seller with the 21 roses. We need the heartbeats. We need the heartbeats, baby. TikTok seller says night moon cheese. Wenderman, thank you. Appreciate you. And I see y'all watching the show. But I'm telling you, man, that you can get what you can get from the show, but where it's at is getting those daily price point videos. Those, they come in. What time did I post last night? I think it was like 3:30 in the morning because price action was looking like we were gonna turn bullish. And yeah, we're coming down right now, but I think we're still going to turn bullish. So the idea is now you know to be watching, looking for your entry point. And as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me and say, hey, what are potential entry points? You know, and we're going to nail it. We're going to nail it like every time. I'll tell you. I'll tell you when it's going to go up, and I'll tell you when it's going to go down, and I'll tell you where to buy in and where to get out. Like, we've been doing it every single day for months straight now. I don't think I've really been wrong. Maybe once or twice in months now. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how I do it. I just see it and I call it like it is, and I'm like, hey, this is it. I'll tell you though, I'm feeling bullish. I think we could potentially see another red candle. Okay? But also be cautious at the same time. Because the selling may go away and the tariff thing, okay? It does not mean that it hasn't happened yet. What's up, George Orwell? I didn't realize you have a show. George Orwell 1984, he's got a TikTok show. He's a creator. Thank you for the shout out today for the show, man. I appreciate you. I definitely want to hop in on a guest spot over there. And you should come on mine, man. I'd love to have you on the show. You definitely know what you're talking about, that's for sure, man. I want to get more creators on the show. TikTok seller, thank you for the 21 roses. Much appreciated. But I want to try to get a new creator on once a week. Oh, IT guy's here. That's my signal. Yay! It's a new day. Holiday's over. By the way, no live tomorrow. There won't be any live tomorrow. I will be in Palm Springs. So, no live tomorrow, but on Wednesday, I think we're going to be on Twitch exclusively because I got some things to talk about. Hey, who remembers when I talked about Katy Perry? I found the shirt from that show. 2011. Katy Perry, 2011. I found the shirt. Look at it. Just so you know, I'm not blowing smoke. I'll save that one. We'll go into that story some more. I kind of want to cover more of that next month. And we're almost there, but we're going to be focusing on those issues because we are going to be donating to the Tim Ballard Foundation next month. But don't forget, your donations that you send to the Cash App, Venmo, go to help the Save a Warrior Foundation. So any donations you send today to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, those donations will go to help the Save a Warrior Foundation. 50% of those. We raised $75 last month for the Sable Warrior Foundation. We're doing it again because of Veterans Day. We love our veterans. We love our first responders. So we're doing it again this month, but next month we will be doing the Tim Ballard Foundation. I don't know what it exactly is. I got to have the team look into it and find out where it's going. But if you don't believe me, you can go onto the page and I post the receipt. You know, when I send that stuff to those foundations, I post it there so that you know that your donations are going where I'm saying. I'm not just putting it in my pocket. I'm not that kind of person. So yeah, you're gonna get confirmation that the money has been sent. So thank you all very much. Appreciate you all. Have a great night, and I will see you all on Wednesday. We'll do a pre-show on TikTok, and then we will move over to Twitch. Okay? So if you haven't signed up for Twitch yet, make sure you find me on Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. And if you miss a live, all these lives are recorded and posted to YouTube. So if you miss a show and you want to catch up on what happened, the news, what we talked about, price points, all that, it's all recorded on YouTube, Oz the Crypto Goat. You can find it there. And don't forget to add us on Twitch because we are leaving TikTok. It is going to happen eventually. But June 19th, TikTok could potentially be shut down in the United States and we can't even use it. So make sure you come find us on Twitch, okay? I believe the remainder, I think Wednesday or Thursday, we're going to do a Twitch exclusive because I got some things that we got to talk about that we can't say here on TikTok. So I'll see you all then. And don't forget, we have merchandise. Where's it at? Where's the merchandise? Here it is. So we have hoodies. We have women's t-shirts. We have men's t-shirts. We have mugs. We have stickers. 3 different kinds of stickers. I like this sticker the best. Adriana, thank you for the greeting hearts. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. This is my favorite sticker. It says, when Ripple hints at another escrow unlock, say goodbye to your gains. Boom. With Brad Garlinghouse pushing the sell button. I like this one. I think it's fun. But we got some cool merch. Let's look at it one more time. Look at that. So that's our hoodie right here. With Oz the Crypto Goat logo with the Ledger Lounge. As you all know, this show's name is the Ledger Lounge, and I am Oz the Crypto Goat. Okay? But you'll find the show by searching Oz the Crypto Goat. I think I'm going to make a second profile, though, that is just the Ledger Lounge for just in case we have to move this channel gets shut down. We are on the brink of getting shut down. All right, everyone, have a good night. I will see you all on Wednesday. Take care.